Good afternoon, friends. Welcome to the 8th day of the pre-placement orientation program. Today we have faculty Mr. Arijit Chakravarthy sir and CMA Santosh Sharma sir with us. So to start with today's program, we will like to welcome our Senior Director Dr. Devaprashanna Nandi sir, our Senior Director Studies Training and Placement, our Director Studies CMA SM Gomes sir. Sir, welcome you sir in this pre-placement orientation program. And I would like to request our Director Studies CMA SM Gomes sir to kindly give the welcome address. And then after we will request our faculty members to join. So sir, kindly give the welcome address sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Ria. Am I audible?
Yes sir, you are audible.
At this hour of lunch, I suppose everybody had been served, well served, and very eager for this orientation. And as I can find, we are having 1317 attendees online. But a welcome address of this sort, at least on the 8th day of this orientation, may fade away a bit because you have already been welcomed several times. But try to understand one point, that when we are trying to orient you, we are actually trying to mold you towards something. I'm not saying that we are changing your minds, I'm changing yourself, but then we are trying to make you focused and rather trying to make you known of something ahead of you. See, why have you joined this CMA program and you have come that far? One can be employment opportunities. Very true. With some course like this, a professional one, which is a regulator of cost of profession in India, you are always focused on employment. But then employment where? So these have been certain queries, certain questions, certain worries, obviously. And to tell you about this, very short. Yes, cost and management accounting happens to be a very preferred one for you, where you have a primacy. Financial management, then don't forget about financial analysts and business analysts as a budding profession here. But do also understand that we are also engaged in auditing, internal control, some bit of tax management, and why to ignore the capital markets, then IT as a systems analyst and system management. Even ERP implementation also has area for you. Say for instance, FICO, financial and controlling. When we talk about employment, I'm also to tell you that academics is also one area where you have opportunities, plenty of opportunities. It is schools, colleges, universities and institutions. And I should tell you that our course, the CMA, very recently had been also considered as a postgraduate one, which means if you are to pursue higher education, say PhD, there are universities which from you will be able to go for this PhD course and then get an award of this. So employment on one side. And then this is most probably I talk as a service. But then in industry and academia, as I have told, as CMAs, you also can have the coveted certificate of practice, wherein there are plethora of opportunities waiting for you, starting from cost audit, advising on cost records, maintenance. Then GST has also been a budding one, customs audit and certification. Don't forget about insolvency professionals and then being registered valuers. Then tax and cost accountant consultancy, and then project management, then surveyors and loss assessors, consultancy, stock audit and concurrent audit, management consultancy, And in various cases, CMAs have been given assignments by the central and state governments, by the court of law, the labor tribunals. So when you talk about a CMA obviously in service, in industry and in academia, and as well as CMA in practice. I would rather give you another one, which perhaps can be a value added to you. CMA as a profession, fine, you now understand very well. But then why not bring in the entrepreneurial aspect of this? You are a professional entrepreneur. Are you getting it? So if you are really thinking of that, why don't you go ahead with this one? Being an entrepreneur, and you have a rich expertise of being a CMA. I suppose our resource person for today is online, and we can obviously talk and chat for several hours down the line from the department and from the Director of Studies. But it is time to welcome Mr. Arijit Chakravarthy, who happens to be a known person of mine. He also had been from Haldia, I suppose.
Yeah,
Is it
yes.
Arijit? Yeah.
Yes.
Because
yes.
my mother and his mother, they had been colleagues in St. Xavier's Haldia.
Oh, yes.
So welcome back.
Thank you.
Arijit,
Thank you.
the floor is to you. Thank you, students.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for giving a nice introduction. Now I request our Senior Director, Dr. Devakrishnan Nandi, sir, to kindly give the introduction speech, sir. Sir, please, sir.
Yeah. So thank you, Ria. So already we have an introduction by Professor Gomes. So this is the 8th day of the program of 12 days pre-placement orientation program. And this time we have made it so much interactive, and from different aspects of their, as per the interview schedule they will have from different companies. Okay, so as per the interview questions they will be facing in different campus placements. So we have designed this curriculum of 12 days program, say starting from your grooming, Indes, GST, direct taxation, even we have done advanced business Excel, SAP. All these things are as per the expectation from the industry. And now today we are having a prolific speaker here who will read out his short profile here with us. So he will be dealing with the expectation of industry from CMAs. Okay, so he has a vast knowledge from different industries and academics also. And most interestingly, he is a renowned pilot of A320 fleets of aircraft. So that is an interesting part in his career. So now Ria will be introducing Mr. Chakravarthy with all of you, and he will be take it forward for next couple of 3 hours of time till 4:30. Okay. So Ria, madam, please introduce Mr. Chakravarthy to the students. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I welcome Sri Arijit Chakravarthy, sir, in the pre-placement orientation program. So I would like to introduce you by giving a short brief about you. Sri Arijit Chakravarthy, sir, is a chartered accountant and holds MBA in Finance, DISA, and CCAB from Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. He is a certified internal auditor from USA. He has completed management and leadership program at Harvard. In a career spanning 23 years, he has worked with PwC, Ernst & Young, Deloitte, KPMG, and was group head and director with BDO India. He has been senior consultant in World Bank, ADB projects around India, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Afghanistan, and Africa, leading due diligence and sustainability projects, and has advised companies on risk management, business valuation, financial reporting, etc. in diverse sectors. He has authored 8 books on diverse professional areas, including valuation, internal audit, 7 risk management. Aside his profession, Mr. Chakravarthy is a vocalist in light classical music. He holds 6th degree black belt in karate and former national champion. He is also qualified as pilot on the Airbus A320 fleet of aircrafts. So it's really means we are really privileged, sir, that we are having you with us. So you are a chartered accountant, a finance professional, then a karate champion, a singer, a pilot. So it is very scarce to have this kind of person so we are really very much privileged, sir. And I welcome you, sir, in this pre-placement orientation program. And I would like to request you, sir, if you can guide our students that how your life journey, if you can share your life journey also with our students, how you completed all these things together in such a short span. So welcome you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think I'm audible. Yes.
Yes, you are audible, sir. You are audible.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Thanks to Professor Gomes, Dr. Nondi, Ria Madam for inviting me to speak in this important program. And as Ria Madam was saying that CMAs and behind every decision, so behind every successful corporate decision, there is a CMA. So I congratulate all of you first for qualifying in this important milestone. You're qualifying as a CMA. And now, of course,
it is not visible. So your video is not visible.
Oh, just checking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will just try to share my presentation. Just a moment. Okay.
Sir, actually here you have to on your video all the time, otherwise the screen will go actually.
Yes. So
you have to keep your video on, sir.
Yeah, I've kept my video on. I'm just trying to share the presentation. Okay, so of course today is a very important topic has been assigned, and I'll just try to share the PPT. Just let me know if it is visible, if the slide is visible. So we have a.
It is visible, sir. I am making it live.
Okay. Thanks to the Institute for inviting me to speak on this very important topic, and that is on the expectation of the industry from cost and management accountants, from CMAs, as well as how to face the interview. And also I will be deliberating on information systems audit. So yeah, I think Ria, is it? Is the slide visible? Can you please confirm?
The slide is visible, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so we are taking up this very important topic, and let me share with you first the basic areas which I shall be covering. Now, first, of course, we will look at the emerging professional opportunities for CMAs, because many of you have interest to join the industry. Now, the industry, there are diverse opportunities, and I will only tell you in the very beginning that please try to keep an open mind, and you may have to work in manufacturing sector as well as service sector. So the first is we will talk about different professional opportunities which are there for fresh qualified cost accountants. Then we will look at some of the most important post qualification courses of the institute which will help you in your career and make sure that you get professional success. Now, expectation of the industries from the CMAs, this is our main topic, one of the main topics which is assigned to me. So we will look at details of what the industry expects from the CMAs, what are the milestones which you need to achieve, and how to deliver, how to give back to the industry what they expect from you. So then we will look at some of the important placement rules, and you all are getting ready for the campus of the institute. So I shall be sharing with you some important guidelines on the placement rules of the institute, and we will analyze some of the important milestones insofar as the campus placement is concerned. We will look at the last 3 years of the campus placement so that you get familiar with the type of companies which are coming, number one. Number two is what type of profiles they're offering. And of course, a very important point, that is what is the salary, what is the salary level they're offering, as well as, what type of overall culture, corporate culture, learning which you can get from these companies. Then we shall look at how to face interviews. All of you will be appearing for the interviews very soon, and therefore we need to discuss on how to face interviews, both online interviews as well as interviews in the physical mode. So that is a very important point. And I shall be sharing some important rules for the interview, some tips and strategies which you can keep in mind so that you will be successful in the interviews. Please keep in mind that even if you want to go into practice, if you have a plan of getting into practice, there are many organizations who are offering interesting opportunities to you. But then please remember, even for practice, you need to prepare for interviews. There might be a professional cost and management accountant firm where you want to join, but there again there will be interviews and you have to crack the interviews. So we will look at the important rules of facing the interview, and I shall try to share some important test questions which have come in the past few years interviews, and then we will go into the last part, and that is information systems audit, the emerging scope, process, how to what is the relevance and importance of information systems audit for the cost and management accountants. And I shall also discuss with you the brand new post-qualification course which the Institute of Cost Accountants of India are about to start, and that is the Diploma in Information Systems Security Audit, DISSA, which is a very, very important course which the Institute is starting from this month. And I will try to give you some of the most important key features of this course and why, as a fresh qualified CMA, you should take up this course so that you can reach the heights of professional success. So this will be, my dear friends and colleagues, the agenda for as we move along. Now, if you look at the institute, currently we are having more than 85,000 qualified CMA professionals, and the Institute of Cost Accountants of India has a huge network of students. You can see 5 lakh CMA students in India and abroad, and most importantly 110 chapters, overseas centers, plus the institute is having number of support services as well as so many exam centers. So the institute is also very, if you look at the centers of excellence, the institute is doing a lot of proactive work so that there is a continuous professional education system even for the members and for the students. So there's a center of excellence as well. Now, if you look at what are the exclusive areas for professionals. Now, first and foremost, before going into the core areas for a CMA, let us find out what are the exclusive areas for professionals. Now, you know that when it comes to statutory financial audit, chartered accountants under section 139 of the Companies Act, they have exclusive areas so far as statutory audit is concerned. But when it comes to the statutory cost audit, the cost and management accountant is the designated professional to carry out statutory cost audit, and under section 148 of the Companies Act, the statutory cost audit is to be carried out by CMAs. Then we have, of course, another important area, annual return certification, which is carried out by company secretaries, and secretarial audit under section 204 of the Companies Act, also to be taken up by practicing company secretaries. So we have 3 classes of professionals, but we shall see as we move along that the scope of the CMA today is enhancing in terms of the type of services which you can render, from cost management to indirect taxes, from information systems audit, forensic audit, internal audit, risk management, and of course the huge area of indirect taxes, compliance, dispute resolution, and so on. So we can see that now I was talking about internal audit. Now section 138 of the Companies Act deals with internal audit, and you can see that chartered accountant and CMAs, cost and management accountants, both, right, are equally, they're equally capable of handling internal audits under section 138. So internal audit is also a major area for CMAs. Please keep that in mind. Now, looking at the core strength of our profession, definitely every time you come across a business decision, every time you come across any corporate issue, one of the most important issue is cost control, cost reduction, and cost effectiveness. So when you are going for any type of interview, the corporate sector, please think of the current scenario. Now you have the post-COVID scenario. You can see resurgence of COVID coming in so many countries of the world. So many cities and union territories right now have clamped down. There's another lockdown which is going on. Now, under these conditions, companies are facing cost pressure. Their business growth is getting affected adversely. So how to build up cost discipline, cost control, and cost reduction, that is the need of the hour. So CMAs, as you are well aware, cost and management accounting, financial management, focusing on cost control, business strategy, this is a major area. Also, please keep in mind, as I was telling you, that when it comes to any type of business decision, say any type of capital expenditure decision, any type of project, new project coming in, say a company is trying to enter into a new project, the company is trying to enter into a new type of diversification strategy. So there again, you have cost benefit analysis. So you have to carry out a cost benefit analysis. So this is yet another important area for a CMA. And I shall be sharing with you some of the companies, which are offering profile in the area of cost benefit analysis, financial advisory, and cost management sectors. Another important point is business valuation. You can see in the slide, business valuation. Now, if you talk about business valuation, please keep in mind that Section 247 of the Companies Act 2013 has introduced the concept of registered valuers, and under Section 247, it is clearly mentioned that cost and management accountants can act as registered valuers. So the Cost Institute, our institute, is running another important post-qualification course, which is known as the Executive Diploma in Business Valuation. Parallelly, the Registered Valuers Organization, RVO, has been formed by the Cost Institute, and therefore, if you want, you can become a registered valuer in the near future. So this could be another important area to specialize as a CMA. Then we have another important sector, and that is direct and indirect taxes. Now, dear friends, with internationalization of the business, globalization of Indian business, cross-border taxation has become very important. So both on the direct tax front as well as on the international tax front, you have a huge opportunity as a CMA. So please try to leverage your expertise in this particular sector, and parallelly, if possible, many of you might have done internship in indirect taxes. You may have prior experience in indirect taxes. So even in the field of goods and services tax, GST, I'm sure that many of you have decided to focus upon, and this is one of the major core areas for the CMA. Now, if you look at some of the milestones in the profession, if you see, Indian accounting standards is an important area, because if you are working in finance and accounts in any particular company, whether manufacturing or service sector, then definitely you will be dealing with Indian accounting standards. You have a paper on financial reporting where you have already studied about Indian accounting standards, and in this special 12 days orientation program, which is getting you ready to face the industry, which is getting you ready to face your career, to take important decisions about your career. So Indian accounting standards is one of the areas which is covered. The second emerging area for CMAs is mergers and acquisition, due diligence, and private equity. So you can see M&A, private equity, PE, and due diligence. So this is definitely an important sector where you could be contributing to the corporate sector. Cost management. Now, whether it's operational cost, whether it's CapEx, companies are feeling the heat. They're feeling the burden of cost. As businesses getting affected by the pandemic, by the lockdown, you can see that now strategic cost management is the need of the hour. So whether you are working on target costing, whether you have expertise in activity-based costing, total quality management, total productive maintenance, TPM. So these are different types of cost reduction techniques, value maximization techniques, which you can definitely undergo. And this could be an area to specialize in the coming years. Now, fourth is the information systems audit, and I will be sharing some details of the ICAI's new course on information systems security audit, which is called DISA, DISSA. So I shall be sharing on that a little later. Then we have transactional support services. Many companies which are coming in the campus, for example, PricewaterhouseCoopers, PwC, Genpact, they are offering interesting opportunities in the field of transactional support. So I'm sure many of you will be interested to work in this particular sector. Then another major area, ERM, Enterprise Risk Management. And I have written one more term, which is IFC, which is Internal Financial Control. So ERM and internal financial control both are areas where CMAs are already proving their expertise, they're proving their value in the ERM sector, in the IFC sector. So I'm sure you would be interested to work in these sectors as well. Then we have corporate governance. I was talking about valuation, and once again, please keep a note that our institute has already started the executive diploma in business valuation. Plus, we have the registered valuers course, which you can take up as you go along. So as a CMA, there are so many areas to specialize. There are so many milestones to achieve. There are so many sectors where you can work. Plus, sustainability service. Now, nowadays, we talk about energy audit. We talk about safety audit, health. Health is a priority sector now. Every company continues to carry out health audit, safety audit, and this is known as SHE, Safety, Health and Environment. So I'm sure many of you might have got interest in this sector, and you may have decided to work in this particular domain. Another important sector is taxation, and some of you might have got backgrounds in tax compliance, tax filing, return filings, TDS. Then you might have worked in cases of scrutiny, handling scrutiny cases, and it's also possible that you may have already got exposure in the field of transfer pricing and double taxation. So many companies coming in the campus of our institute, they are offering excellent profiles in the field of taxation, and international tax is one of them, and you can also work in transfer pricing. I will share some of the companies which have come in the last few years in the campus, and they have offered these type of profiles. Then indirect taxes, goods and services tax. So GST is an ocean, as you know. So right from the compliance part of GST to the management part of GST, GST audit, and then you have so much of consulting opportunities in GST, warehousing, supply chain, everywhere. IT, now GST is totally IT enabled. So there are a number of issues which you might be handling as a GST consultant, as a compliance expert. And if there are disputes, if there are cases where there is a sort of, a case filed, and therefore you may have to represent your client before the tribunal, right, before the appellate authorities. So this provides an enormous scope of, development in the field of GST. Then IT consulting, and I was speaking about the ICAIs, our institute's DISA course, and you see, today we talk of our organizations are VED, V for entirely virtual, E for electronic, and D for digital. So we are doing business on a virtual mode. We are learning over a virtual mode. We are doing transactions on an electronic platform, digital platform. So if you have so much of transactions on in a digital medium, what happens is there is a risk of cyber fraud. There is a risk of any type of intrusion. Therefore, cyber forensics is an important area where CMAs are keeping a very important, they're keeping a focus on cyber forensics, and many CMAs are offering their valuable services to the government sector, to the banking sector, in the field of cyber forensics, and also in the field of information technology consulting. So it's a very huge sector, and you can work as an ERP implementation expert. You can work as an ERP auditor. You can carry out test of controls. You can see whether the data, the output provided by the ERP system, enterprise resource planning system, is complete, is valid, and is available to the users. So this is a huge sector, and today I think information systems security audit has become the next generation service which you can provide to your clients, and it has a global platform. So as a CMA, you have a global platform. You can work in India through the institute campus, you can work abroad, you can go to the height of professional success if you take up any of these sectors. Friends, one more interesting area is forensics. Now, I'm sure that you have read about forensic audit, and it is part of your curriculum. You have a basic idea of forensic audit. Whenever there's a fraud, there is a need of forensic expert, forensic auditor. Now, forensic auditor is very similar to what an investigator does. So you have to find out how the fraud happened. Now, the fraud can be a financial fraud, it can be a non-financial fraud. The fraud may be easily, discovered, or the fraud may be very difficult to discover. But as a forensic auditor, the CMAs are working with banks, they are working with law enforcement agencies, they're working with CBI. I know some of them are working with the Enforcement Directorate, and they are providing their services to these agencies as a forensic auditor, as an anti-corruption professional. So this is becoming very important as we are becoming more and more digital, and frauds have increased. You may remember in the last few years in the corporate sector, number of frauds happened, financial frauds happened, due to which the demand has become more visible for the CMAs. Another important sector is wealth management. Now, many of you might have a sort of a feeling in your mind that, okay, as a CMA, I shall be working only in the manufacturing sector. Now, I have a very humble request to all of you. Please keep an open mind. Now, I come from the industry, and in the industry, everyone has to keep an open mind. And I will only request you to make sure that, you should make sure to keep an open mind. What do I mean by open mind? Now, by open mind, I mean to say that you must have no prior bias in your mind that, yes, I have to work only in the manufacturing sector. No, you may have to work in the service sector. There are a number of requirements for CMAs in the banking sector. Okay, so you have to be very careful about choosing the type of company you want, and you must be very careful in selecting which industry to join, what type of company to join, and it may not be manufacturing, it may be service sector. Today you see the services sector is becoming dominant when it comes to contributing to the GDP of our country. Now, when you think of the service sector, banking, consulting, insurance, information technology, KPO, right? You have the stock market, investment banking services, wealth management services. You can work as a fund manager. Many of the top bankers, if you see many of the top bankers in India, they are CMAs. Many of the CFOs, chief finance officers, working in number of service companies, service sector companies, are CMAs. So who said that you have to work only in the manufacturing sector? No, the area is vast. You have to be careful in choosing, and through these 12 days of intense training, where we are trying to share our experience and where we are trying to talk to you about the recent updates in the corporate sector and the recent happenings which are taking place in the world of business, in the world of commerce. So through these unique training program, I think all of you will get the idea that as a CMA, you have a diverse platform, you have diverse opportunities. So please keep that in mind. Option number 15, I'm talking about a number of options, where you can specialize. First we need to know, what are the options available. Then we shall see what are the expectation of the companies. Then we shall look at what companies are coming in the campus. And then we will see, of course, how to face the interviews. So when you think of another important area, insolvency and bankruptcy, right? So all of you know that the government of India has introduced the IBC, Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code 2016. And under this IBC, as a resolution professional, if you want to turn around a company, if you want to provide direction to a company, how to resolve the debt, how to resolve the crisis, there cost and management accountants are playing a vital role. So please keep in mind that as a CMA, you have an equal opportunity to work in the field of IBC. So looking at the milestones in our profession, I hope that you are able to understand, I hope that you are able to analyze and appreciate that there are so many opportunities. Accounting is only one opportunity. Mergers and acquisition is there, corporate finance is there, cost management is there, information systems security audit is there, valuation is there, indirect taxes, so many opportunities. So there is no dearth of opportunities. The only thing which everyone, my dear friends, you have to keep in mind is that you have to find out where to start your career, what type of industry, what type of profile you require. Some of you may have interest in taxation, you can go for taxation. Some of you may be interested in systems audit, please think of systems audit, cost management, finance. So follow your heart and make sure that you are able to pick the best opportunities in your career. Now, as CMAs, you can see that definitely CMAs are making a difference in how businesses run. Behind every successful business decision, definitely there's a CMA, and managing the cost behavior of a company, handling the funds of a company, taking important financial decisions, looking at the tax compliance, looking at cost control, and of course, now valuation, information technology, so many domains CMAs are performing, and they are performing very successfully both in the government sector, in the public sector undertakings, as well as in the private sector. So if you see, there is a huge demand for CMAs, and as an enabler for the economy, you can see that some important points, budgetary control, MIS, preparing of benchmarking, different type of costing techniques are used, target costing, activity-based costing, different cost management techniques are available to you. Then you can enter into the field of cost audit. As a CMA, you can also empanel with different banks for carrying out stock audit, revenue audit, concurrent audit, plus different cooperative banks, not just the public sector banks, but different cooperative banks are providing huge opportunities to the CMAs for the purpose of so that they can provide their services in the field of stock audit and in the field of revenue audit and credit audit. Concurrent audit is very important. You know that a bank undergoes two types of audit. We have primarily statutory branch audit, which is statutory audit in nature, and the other is concurrent audit, which is more similar to an internal audit. Now, when you have concurrent audit, CMAs are working in diverse roles in different banks as a concurrent auditor. So if you are going for the campus, or if you are trying not only in the campus, but maybe also outside the campus, you will find on campus and off campus, number of banks are going to come. Now, banks means service sector. It is not a manufacturing sector, it's a service sector. So in the banking sector, in the insurance sector, there is a tremendous role of cost and management accountants, especially as a concurrent auditor. Also, many government sector organizations, public sector banks, and cooperative banks are empaneling CMAs as forensic auditor. Now, I was mentioning the nature of forensic audit. You have to carry out an investigation, come to a conclusion regarding how the fraud happened and who was behind the fraud, what was the internal control weakness, what are the IT issues, information technology issues, and what is the financial impact of the fraud. So these things you need to report to the authority, to the appointing authority, to the regulator. So forensic auditors, yes, many of my colleagues who are doing very well in the field of forensic auditors, they are many of them are CMAs. Internal audit under SEBI norms, credit rating regulations, many CMAs are working. Plus, even in the stock market, in the capital market segment, internal audit of stockbrokers, trading members, and clearing members as per the RBI guidelines, the Reserve Bank of India's guidelines. Yes, even this is taken up by a number of CMAs all over the country. So the role of CMAs, there is a very strong demand in the market, and the CMAs are providing all possible support to the industry so that they can give the best in terms of corporate finance, strategic cost control, due diligence, internal audit, convergence with Indian accounting standards, forensic audit, and as I said, even in the field of insolvency and bankruptcy code, IBC, you can act as an insolvency resolution professional, that is as an IRP. Parallelly, you can act as valuers, business restructuring activities, and credit audit, stock and debtors audit, and monitoring of different type of accounts in the banking sector. Please also keep in mind information systems audit, risk management, and taxation as a broad domain. So this is basically, how the cost and management accountant today is creating a difference in how industries are running. The finance department of companies, the finance and accounts department, the taxation department is incomplete without the support of CMAs. Therefore, you have a vast area to work upon. Right now, through this training program, we also come to know about the new generation post-qualification courses which are offered by our institute. Now, one of the most important is the new course which is starting, and that is DISA, the Information Systems Security Audit. So this is going to start this month, and then we also have another important course on business valuation, the RVO course, Registered Valuers Organization. ICAI has an RVO, Institute of Cost Accountants of India. They are having their own RVO, Registered Valuers Organization. You can do the RV course. The institute is also having a further course on forensic audit, and as a CMA, as I said, as a concurrent auditor of different banks, you can also act for the purpose of providing certification under foreign trade policy, even under the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. If you see, there are certain audits which CMAs can take up, especially in the area of billing and metering audit. So it's a huge opportunity from telecom sector to banking sector, from hardcore manufacturing to forensic audit and service sector. Right now, let's look at some of the expectation from the industries. So I have talked about the broad sectors, part one of my presentation. So the broad sectors where CMAs are working, and I hope you are noting the important points. Right. So now I start with the next important discussion point, and that is expectation from the industries. What exactly the industries are expecting from all of you, right? I hope I am audible. I think I am audible and the slide is visible. Can please, someone can please confirm? I think I am audible and the slide is visible. Okay. So we carry on now with the expectation from the industries. Now, what are the skills which the industries are expecting from us, and what are the mindset, what is the mindset, especially which we need to have? Now, first is the companies are expecting extensive knowledge about our core area, that is finance, accounts, costing and taxation. Plus, you must have knowledge about the corporate sector. Now, through the CMA course, many of you have got internship background, and some of you might be having a working experience, and extensive knowledge about the corporate sector is definitely important requirement for joining the industry. Then you need to have a strategic planning skill. Most of the companies are looking for CMAs professionals who are good in planning. We know that if you fail to plan, we plan to fail. And therefore, this is a very important, a very important sector, which has to be kept in mind, that we need to have a strategic planning skill, and we should be able to carry out financial planning, business planning, revenue planning, budgetary, budget, how to prepare budgets, right, and how to make sure that we follow the budget, right. So a proactive approach to management of funds, management of organization is important. Plus, one of the expectation from the industry is that we should be having good background of technology. Now, many of you have got exposure of say Tally. You may have got exposure of ERP tools like SAP and Oracle. So through these technology skills, you can deliver value to your to the companies where you're going to join. Plus, you will get the opportunity to lead management levels at different levels, and you have to evaluate, right, whether the management is taking the right decision, sometimes from a cost perspective, sometimes from a business perspective, sometimes from a compliance perspective. Another important requirement is definitely, apart from planning skills, apart from understanding of corporate sector, understanding of how companies work, another important skill which is required is definitely communication skill. Now, communication, you see, is of two types, if I say verbal communication and written communication. Now, verbal communication, yes, the companies are going to test your verbal communication skills. For example, how you perform a group discussion, GD. You are expected to have a positive attitude. You should be a quick learner, and you must be able to grasp the important learning opportunities as soon as possible. Many of you are going to join companies very soon. So in the first few months of your tenure in the company, you will be learning new skills. So quick learner, you need to make sure that you are quick in learning. You are quick in adapting to the new company. Plus, you are able to communicate without any problem, both verbally and written communication. When you talk of written communication, we talk of reporting, emails. So you must know how to interact with your teams, how to interact with seniors in the organization. You may have to interact and communicate with regulators, with banks, with say, for example, the ROC, the income tax office. You may have to communicate with SEBI. You may have to also communicate with different type of other agencies, like, for example, say in the case of, say, foreign exchange, RBI, so for foreign exchange management purposes, right? So you may have to interact with internal stakeholders and external stakeholders. So this means an excellent communication skill is a must. And through our training programs, which we are having, orientation program, and now we are having the pre-placement training programs. So I think you are all able to learn about the practical tips for communication. Also, number 7, sound knowledge of fact. Now, what is fact? F-A-C-T. F for finance, A for accounts, C for costing, T for taxation. So this is fact. So it is an important, you need to keep in mind that you should have a strong fact. In other words, knowledge of finance, knowledge of accounts, knowledge of Indian accounting standards, knowledge of different costing tools and techniques, and working knowledge of taxation. So this is a basic expectation from the industries, from the corporates. One more area is, many times, you might have to work in the area of risk management. So you have to understand, if you see point number 2 in the slide, you have to identify risks within a business area. Now, there can be different type of risks. There can be operational risk, there can be financial risk, environmental risk. Now you see COVID-19. This is an example of a biomedical risk, right? So these are type of risks which you may have to identify and make sure that your company, your organization is able to manage the risk, is able to mitigate the risk. So ability to identify risks is an important expectation from the companies. Then whenever you are delivering a report or you are preparing an MIS, Management Information System report, so you have to deliver on a timely basis. So if you see point number 4 on the slide, time management skills, ability to multitask, right? So what is multitasking? Multitasking means that you are able to carry out multiple, I will say that multiple activities in the same time. So this is very, very important. You may have to work on multiple projects. So every project will have different deadlines, but you have to make sure that you have to make sure that that yes, I can deliver all these projects in a timely manner within the given time. So this is very important. This is a very important skill which everyone must demonstrate, and this is one of the key expectation from the corporate sector. Plus, how to prioritize your work. Now, many of you will handle important responsibilities in the next few months once you join the corporate sector through the institute campus. So what will happen is a number of people in this group who are part of this nationwide, webinar, national webinar. So you will all be required to meet deadlines. Companies will have deadlines. If you are in practice, you have to meet the deadlines which are set by the corporate sector, deadlines which are set by the regulators. So you have to meet the deadlines. Plus, very strong interpersonal skills, which means, when we used to have the physical sessions, we used to have sessions on group discussion, and we could organize face-to-face interviews, mock interviews, right? Which may be difficult in this online platform, but when you are engaging in group discussion, or when you are participating in online interviews or in physical interviews, you are able to understand whether you have the right communication or not. Right. So this is an important expectation. When you go for the interviews, please be on time. When you go for the interviews, please, once you enter the room or once you log in for the online interviews, please kindly make sure that you have all the requirement, all the important documents with you handy. You have your CVs, you have your certificates, you have your experience certificates, you have the mark sheets, and you know something about the company where you are going for the interview. Plus, if you have any questions, if you have any queries, try to clarify. Ask questions. Interview does not mean that it is going to be one way. Interview never means that it is going to be one way. Okay, and also, please keep in mind that you have to also understand one important point, that you have to be very courteous during the interview. Right? You have to be courteous during the interview, because you will have to attend corporate interviews and there will be people on the other side. So I am appearing for an interview. I have a panel in front of me. So I must communicate with them freely and courteously, with respect, because they are seniors. They are providing me the opportunity for the interview, right? So this is an important point which you must keep in mind. Number 6, yes, many companies are expecting you to to have a working knowledge of Oracle, SAP, Tally, and MS Office, right? So Excel, Word, and PowerPoint, because you have to prepare number of reports in Excel. You have to also you have to prepare number of MIS, right? You have to prepare number of MIS reports. You have to also make sure that you are able to download the information, extract the information from the ERP, prepare the MIS, and submit it to your seniors within the given time, within the allotted time. So this means proficient in IT techniques. Right, this is a basic expectation. Whether you are a CMA, whether you are an MBA finance, whether you are an engineer, right, whether you are a legal professional, the expectation is common. Every company wants to recruit those type of professionals who have got exposure in IT systems. Point number 7 is project management. Now, you are entering, say, into an area where you are joining a company, maybe in the campus, and the company gives you a type of profile where you have to be part of the project management division of the company. So the company is entering into a new project. Maybe they are trying to set up a new factory, a new plant, and you are going to be part of the project accounting. So this means you must have little understanding of project management, how a project is managed, the entire process of procurement of fixed assets for the plant, how the capitalization takes place, how the installation of the fixed asset takes place, when to capitalize, what are the costs to be capitalized, and the entire project life cycle. So understanding of project management is one of the key skills which you must be having as a CMA, and this is one of the primary expectation from the industries. Point number 8, yes, as I was mentioning earlier as well, that you have to be flexible and open, not just for manufacturing, but please be very open in your mind, and you may have to work in the banking sector, insurance, there may be KPUs, the knowledge process outsourcing, IT sector, consultancy sector. Now, I work a lot in the consulting sector, and once I qualified, I had a science background and I moved to the commerce stream from a hardcore science and technology background. So from there, once I came to the commerce stream, I had to a little bit struggle in the beginning, and because the commerce was something new to me, and I was able to complete my chartered accountancy, quite, I would say that it was very, very, very satisfying for me, because I was able to clear the exams with more or less with success. And then during my internship, during my articleship, I worked in the manufacturing sector. After qualifying as a CA, I worked a lot outside India and worked in diverse industries. So the idea is to have not just manufacturing industry focus, but try to get experience in service sector as well. Now, personally speaking, I have worked in steel sector, in petrochemicals, in the oil and gas, of course, in telecom, banking, insurance, civil aviation, then in number of infrastructure sectors. I'm also currently working with number of World Bank projects where I am working in the field of agro, then renewable energy, power sector, renewable energy, solar energy, and number of areas where we are interacting with stakeholders from different disciplines, from diverse industries. So please remember that you must have expertise in service sector as well, and please do not only think of the manufacturing sector. Next, as I move on, one more competency which every company will see when you are going for group discussion or when you are going for personal interview, PI. The company will try to see, one of the expectation is they will see your energy level, your enthusiasm for the position, right? So you must know something about the position, something about the industry, something about the company. So they may ask you that, okay, say ITC Foods. So they may ask you that, okay, why are you interested in our company? Why not Hindustan Unilever? Why ITC? So I must have, as a candidate, as a aspiring CMA, as a CMA who's trying to join this company, I must have some background knowledge about this industry, FMCG sector, and I must know something special about the company. How do I gather the knowledge? Now, you are all appearing for interviews. How to get knowledge about the company? So please go through the annual report of the company, go through the website of the company, please go through the social media. Now, every company is having a WhatsApp, they have Instagram, they have a Facebook profile, they are there in LinkedIn. Many of the companies are having, their presence in YouTube. So please go through the social media, go through the electronic media, try to gather information about the company, because the companies are expecting you to have energy. You must have energy. You must be enthusiastic in your speaking, and enthusiasm will come only when you have knowledge about the company. Plus, you see, confidence in yourself. Right. This is one particular skill which the companies have always, stated after the interviews, sometimes in the campus, in different other institutes also. I have interacted with the HR, managers after the interviews are over, and I have tried to know from them what were their expectations. And they have shared all these important, they have shared all these important points, which I am one by one, I'm communicating to you. So patience, you must be patient, right? You may have to wait for some time for the interview. You may have to wait for a group discussion. right? There may be multiple rounds in a company, and after the second round, you may have to wait for 2-3 days or maybe more. So you must have patience, confidence in yourself, confidence in the facts which you present in the interview. Plus, you must be a person who is having a desire for continuous improvement. So you need to be interested, you must be interested for your own improvement. If I am not interested in my development, how will I develop my company? So I must be having an interest that, yes, I must continuously improve, I must continuously develop, right? So this is important. Then robust and assertive. Yes, when you speak in the interviews and when you attend group discussion, one of the expectation from the companies is that you will be robust and assertive. So sometimes in a group discussion, there are 8 people or 10 people, and maybe 5 of them have a particular point of view. Now, if I give a small topic on group discussion, say a topic came recently. Now, is India's growth real or virtual? Is India's growth real or virtual? So on a topic like this, you may have a different point of view. Maybe 6 or 7 friends in the group discussion, they have formed an opinion that India's growth is real, but you have a feeling that no, India's growth is virtual. Right. So in that case, you must be assertive and you should be confident in placing your views in front of the group. So sometimes you have to handle conflicting demands and priorities, and that is why companies want you to have a robustness and be assertive in what you say and what you do. The fourth point is attention to detail. Now, many companies in their job description, they have written that they are looking for CMAs who have attention to detail. So attention to detail. Now, say for example, interview, you will be receiving mails for interview both on campus and off campus. So you should note the time of the interview, attention to detail. You must note whether there is a dress code for the interview. You must note something about the company, right? If they ask you questions on your background, on your internship, on your marks, on your strength, on your weakness, you must be able to understand the question and understand the details which they want from you. Even small information can be important, right? So please try to make sure that you have an eye for details, right? And you look at the holistic picture, right? This is important. Accounting principles, financial analysis. Yes, you will be getting number of questions in the interviews to evaluate whether you have a sound knowledge of accounting, taxation, cost accounting, and financial management. So definitely on the technical side, this is a primary expectation from the companies. Then I was talking about analytical skills, and the companies are expecting you to have excellent business application skills. Example, of course, Microsoft Excel or Tally or SAP and Oracle. So you need to have very good business application skills, and you need to understand analysis of different ERPs. Plus, I talked about communication and the ability to influence people. Now, you see in social media, when you see the politicians, when you see business CEOs and CFOs, they can influence people through their talking. They can influence people in front. Thousands and thousands, lakhs of people, they can influence through the way they speak, the content they share with you. So you must slowly learn how to influence people with your communication. Why I'm writing influencing is because many companies, I have gone through the job description of various companies, and even for freshers, they are saying that they are looking for people who have the power not just to communicate, but also to influence. So in YouTube, you can see many famous YouTubers who are celebrities in the online media. They are known as social influencers. So they can influence people, right? So you see, once again, I congratulate all of you for completing the CMA course, but at the same time, I will request you to note these important points. And I'm once again I offer my thanks to the institute because they have given us the opportunity to discuss on these important areas, and that's why I'm going point by point, and I hope that the slides are visible. You can hear my voice. and you are able to note down these points clearly so that it helps you in your journey when you go for the campus. Plus, apart from these skills, teamwork, how to work in a team. Now, doing a cost audit means you have to work in a team. Doing a tax consultancy for a client means working in a team. Any audit, any valuation exercise, any information systems audit, any type of professional service which we provide cannot be done by a single person. It cannot be a one-man show. It has to be a teamwork. It has to be, I would say, a service where many people are involved. Some people will take care of the, say, in an audit, for example, verification. Some people will check the compliance with accounting standards. Some people are going to check whether the right valuation has been carried out, compliance with CARO regulations, compliance with company law guidelines. So many compliances to be checked. One person cannot check it. One person will do the risk assessment. One person will see the, the external confirmation with banks, creditors, debtors. Okay, so working in a team. In a company, once you join the finance department or the taxation department, you will be working in teams. So how to work in a team, how to understand each other, how to communicate with each other, how to talk to your team manager, right? Team building. You may be in charge of teams, right? You may be, as a CMA joining a company, you may be the manager of your own team. You may have 3-4 people who are going to report to you. So it means understanding of teamwork and understanding of how to bond, team bonding. That is very important. You see, not just corporate sector. You think of cricket. We talk about leadership. Yes, we have business leaders. We talk about team management in a company. We also talk about team management in cricket. Just to give an example, sports. Now, in cricket, for example, all of us have a high regard for MS Dhoni. Mahendra Singh Dhoni, Captain Cool. Why? Because he knows how to handle a team. He knows how to lead a team. He knows how to get the best out of a team. So team management is there. Team bonding is there, even in cricket. If you go into the world of, say running the country, governance, we have the cabinet ministers, we have the central government cabinet. So there are so many departments. You have Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Ministry of Petroleum, Ministry of the Department of Telecom, Ministry for Urban Development, so many departments, Ministry for Human Resource Development, Mining, Ministry of Mines. Everyone is working in a team to contribute to the country, to the country's GDP, right? So working in teams is something which everyone has to learn, practice and improve upon. So this is a very important expectation from the corporate sector. Now, if you look at the KPIs, I had a discussion with many companies in the last 2 years after the campus was over, in different type of institutes, both accountancy bodies and also, with B schools, business schools. And I tried to gather from the HR. I asked them questions about what are their basic expectation from fresh qualified professionals, right? And some points which I want to share, apart from the points I've already discussed, some more points, growth mindset. I remember some senior HR managers of some of the best FMCG companies, they told me that, yes, we are looking for young professionals who have a growth mindset. That means who want to grow themselves and who welcome failure as a learning opportunity. Failure is never permanent. Failure is always a stepping stone to success, but failure is short-lived. Failure is temporary. Failure is an experience. Unless I fail, I do not know where I'm going wrong. Unless I fail, I do not know my weak points. So how to turn failure into success? How to turn a setback into a comeback? This is an important feature which companies are expecting. Second is, as a CMA, you have to take risk. And you have to provide recommendations to your client, whether you are carrying out a cost management exercise or you are carrying out a sort of a information systems audit, or even when you are doing any compliance work for your clients, any taxation work. Yes, you have to make decisions and you have to provide recommendations and suggestions to your client. So therefore, smart risk takers. Then the third expectation is that you have to be externally focused and you must be aware of the latest updates, the company law latest updates. Okay, insolvency and bankruptcy code, what are the latest updates? Valuation, what is going on in the field of valuation? Indirect taxes. So you should be clear, and you must have ready knowledge about all these sectors, external trend, best practices and ideas. This is very, very vital for all of you. Then another very important expectation is, you have to be performance driven and accountable. So I will request you to be always, be tough on yourself. See, I'm also a pilot, and when I fly or when I've flown, when we take charge of an aircraft, we have so many passengers, and we have the aircraft. We have to be very careful about performance. Not a single mistake has to be done. We have to follow the checklist right from the before starting the engines to the when we reach the destination, after landing, when we go to the parking bay. So many performance checklists are there, and we are accountable always. Any decision taken by us will result in maybe life and death. So aviation is an area where there is a zero tolerance. One mistake means you will end up in possibly in disaster. So as an auditor, as a consultant, also as a pilot, I have learned little bit, of course, what is performance, what is accountability, right? So these are any professional, especially in the field of aviation, in the medical field. If you are a doctor, if you are a surgeon, you are taking split-second decisions. You are doing an open heart surgery. You are doing a bypass surgery. You are doing a brain surgery. So many multiple decisions you are taking. One wrong decision means the patient is gone. Your patient is lost. So you have to be very careful, right? Similarly, when you are acting as a consultant to your client, you have to be performance driven, high performance standards. You have to follow all the professional standards, all the checklist, all the guidelines, and make sure that you are accountable. You are accountable to yourself. First, we are accountable to ourselves. Take ownership of your actions. Right from today, I'm sure many of you have dreams of becoming CEOs and CFOs and partners of large firms globally. So make sure that you are accountable. Then the corporate sector expects that you are fast and agile. Again, today CFOs take fast decisions. If you don't take the right decisions at the right time, you lose an opportunity. You may think of some old, very well-known companies in the field of mobile phones. They were unable to adapt to the Android technology, and they lost, right? So if you are unable to take charge of an opportunity, unless you are able to grab an opportunity, unless you are able to remove barriers, unless you are able to experiment, learn, well, we cannot succeed. So this is something, please keep in mind, that you need to be fast, agile, and you have to handle pressure. See, pressure is something we all have to handle, right? As a CMA, you have to handle reasonable pressure. Again, as a pilot, we have special courses so that we are able to manage our stress, and aviation is the most stressful job. The highest pressure is in the field of aviation, because if you are flying along a route which has a lot of turbulence, right? Lot of cumulonimbus clouds where there is lightning, and maybe you are landing in that particular airport for the first time. Well, you never know. So you have to be very careful to handle the pressure, right? Similarly, anytime in the cockpit when we fly, the machine, we have so many computers, right? We have the elevator computer, we have the SEC, right? We have the aileron computers, right? We have so many computers. We have a flight management guidance system. So we are dealing with so many computers, man-machine interface. Anytime, any computer can shut down. There may be IT problem. So you have to make sure the pilot should be able to handle the aircraft and all the passengers manually and continue to fly. So we have to thrive under pressure, right? So as a professional, you have to thrive under pressure and deliver value under pressure. Then sixth point is very important, empowered. So provide solution to clients. Every company will ask you certain questions on, they may give you some case studies, right? So you are expected to provide a solution. Plus, you have to you must have the courage to take an unpopular stance in a group discussion, right? In a group discussion, GD. So as I was saying that maybe a topic comes that, say for example, a topic comes that old is gold. Now, old is gold. Out of 10 people in the group, maybe 8 of them say that, yeah, old is gold. Old customs are important. Old, old way of thinking is good. People who are old are more valuable because they are more experienced. So maybe out of 10 people, 8 people are saying that, yes, old is really gold. But you must have the courage to say that, yes, everything which is old is not gold. Some of the old customs, some of the old superstitions are not gold. Old technology is not good. Okay, so you have to make sure that you keep an open mind, and you must have the courage to take an unpopular stance if required. So this is another important KPI. So you know KPI means key performance indicator, key performance indicator. So this is an important point we have to keep in our mind. Now I am sharing some actual companies. I come to the third part of our discussion. We have talked about two parts. First is, of course, I have talked about all the professional opportunities, major key areas. Second, I have talked about what the institute is doing in terms of post-qualification courses, what is the outreach of the Cost Institute, so many professionals, so many companies they are touching. And then we talked about and discussed what are the expectations of the corporates from CMAs, from professionals. Now let us go deeper and see exactly what the companies are looking for. So you can see some actual companies, and right now, in the last few months, Godrej Infotech has been hiring fresh cost and management accountants and chartered accountants for ERP consultancy. I was talking about the ICAI, Institute of Cost Accountants of India's well-known course on VISA, which is starting from this month. So as an information system security auditor, you can work in the field of ERP consultancy. Now let us see what exactly Godrej is looking for. Now this vacancy came up a few months ago, and these companies have ongoing opportunities for CMAs. Now please see that the candidate is expected to have thorough knowledge. You must have thorough knowledge of critical business process, financial transaction and modules. So if you have understanding of SAP, you know that in SAP we have the finance and control module, which is known as FICO. So you must have knowledge about what are the sub modules of FICO. So you will have something like a general ledger, you will have accounts payable, accounts receivable, inventory, capitalization, fixed asset, right? So different type of modules are there, sub modules. So understanding of different modules and overall financial transactions. Then please note that you will be required to provide consultancy to the clients of Godrej Infotech. So you will be working as an ERP consultant. Of course, you are a full-time employee of Godrej Infotech, but you will be providing consultancy services to different other, different other clients. So GITL customers, Godrej Infotech Limited, right? So GITL customers. So it means that you must be able to communicate. You must be able to understand the client requirement. You must be able to deliver value to the client. Okay, so this is, please note the actual requirement. I am now going to the exact technical real life case, right? Plus traveling. I was talking about flexibility. You need to be flexible in your approach. You have to, you may have to work in different time zones. Now, if you are working in Godrej Infotech, just to give an example, or Tata Consultancy Services, or Infosys, or Wipro, or Cognizant, or IBM, or Genpact, now Capgemini, for example. So these companies have different clients in the US, in Canada, in Australia, which means that you have to work, you have to work in different time zones. So this is an important requirement. Plus, one more point is that you have to travel as per requirements, as per project requirements, both in India and outside India. So you can see the exact expectation from Godrej Infotech. And they are willing to hire consultants from different ERP platforms. So if you have background or experience in, say, if you have experience in, say, for example, SAP, or if you have experience in Oracle, JD Edwards, banking software, core banking solution like Banks24, FlexCube, or Finacle, you can apply, right? So Godrej is looking for these type of professionals. There is a service agreement of around 2 years, and the CTC they were offering was around 6.5 lakhs plus variable pay. Now you see the special skills. What are the special skills? That means what are the specific expectation? Okay. Self-motivated. I have talked about all this. You have to motivate yourself. Working under dynamic condition. They are clearly mentioning that you have to work under dynamic conditions. That means, you know, so many clients you have to handle, both in India and abroad. Of course, you will not work alone. You will not be the only one in the department. Okay, you will be working in a team, no question about it. You have a team manager, you have a SBU head, you will be working under the supervision, under the monitoring of a senior. But of course, you can understand that you have to work under deadlines. So time lines and deadlines will be there. Fluent command over the language. So English language and maybe Godrej Infotech will definitely groom you so that you learn foreign languages, maybe Spanish, maybe German, maybe French, maybe Italian. So you see, these are global, you know, global type of profile. Plus good presentation skill, PPT skill, communication skill, both written and verbal. So please note, these are the specific points I have already discussed with you, both written and verbal. Okay, then you can see people skill. So you must have the skill to manage people, human resource with a high degree of maturity. So you have to work with people, you have to work in a team, you may have to manage your own teams, and you must have the ability to make sure that you get the maximum from your team and you are able to meet the objectives of your company, right? So these are important. Next one, let's go into Kotak Mahindra Bank, and this bank has been recruiting quite a number of CMAs and CA freshers. This is for credit monitoring role, and if you look at the job description, this includes daily monitoring of overdues, excesses, and then you have to prepare weekly MIS and daily MIS, right, on any type of overdue amounts and excesses. Then consolidation of overdues, and in case any repayment is in overdue position or it goes into default, that means it becomes an sort of an NPA, non-performing asset. So there again, you need to keep in mind that possibly a consolidated overdue reporting has to be carried out. And then weekly bank exposure report. This is an important reporting requirement. And the daily limit disbursed report highlighting the cases where disbursement have been made to special mention account, SMA accounts. Okay, so these are the job description and the responsibilities. Okay, so what type of candidate profile? So first is well versed with MS Office. So Microsoft Office, you should be very, very conversant. Credit monitoring, if you have worked in a bank or if you have done any concurrent audit of banks till now, or if you have done experience, if you have got experience of credit audit and MIS preparation, then it is going to be preferable. Good analytical skill and financial skills is important for this job. Then you can see the company is very clear. They are expecting strong communication, both in terms of written as well as oral, that is verbal communication. So you see, whatever I have discussed earlier, right, before moving to this particular section, is so relevant and is so real that all these companies are following the same principles and they have the same expectation from the candidates. Now, as a professional, these are the requirements. Now, as a person, what type of person they are looking for, right? These are technical areas. Now we go into the HR. What type of person they are looking for? First is excellent overall personality in terms of how you speak, how you carry yourself, how you interact with people, your sense of values, sense of ethics, and assertive communication. So you need to communicate and influence people parallelly. You need to be assertive whenever required. Good analytical skills and eye for detail, and independent thinking, right? Innovation is very important. So what is innovation? A better way of doing the same thing. So innovate, right? So innovate and think how you can, creativity, right? So how to do the same work, keeping the quality unchanged. Maybe you will take less resources, you will utilize less time. How to do it? How to keep your client happy, how to make sure that clients are satisfied with your services. So innovative thinking, how to grow the business of the company, how to increase the brand value of the company. So it requires independent thinking and innovation, right? So this is the type of person they are trying to identify. And as a person, you must understand and grasp new concepts. Okay, so please see, I'm going through each and every point so that you have an idea. I have discussed about two companies, Godrej Infotech from the IT sector, and then from the banking sector, I have taken this well-known company, Kotak Mahindra. And now let us look at PricewaterhouseCoopers, PwC. PwC often comes in our campus at the Cost Institute, and CMA freshers are in high demand in PricewaterhouseCoopers. So if you look at the recent requirement they had for CMAs for their Kolkata operations and for their Bangalore unit, now let us see the type of requirement they had. First, let's look at the technical requirement, job description. So please see that as an associate, you will be working as a team member. So first is you are part of a team, number one. Number two is you will be helping in solving complex business issues from strategy to execution. And this means that you have to follow the PwC's code of conduct and make sure that you have a responsibility and accountability to your team, to the clients, to PwC as an organization. Then definitely you will provide feedback in a constructive manner, how to make the processes smooth, how to cut down on cost, how to cut down on timelines, right, on the time to execute a particular service, a particular job, right, how to get more clients. So you will be involved slowly in business development and sharing your ideas with others. So please see the job description. Make suggestions for improvements when there are problems or opportunities. Then analyze the data and information in a responsible manner, handle the data, right? Then risk management principles. So you have to follow the risk management principles of the organization and make sure that you comply with the rules and regulations. Plus, whichever area you specialize, whether accounts, whether taxation, whether costing, you must keep up to date with the developments which take place in your area. So please see, these are the basic expectations. Plus, communicate in a confident manner, in a clear and articulate manner, both verbally and in written communication. Plus, slowly you have to build a network both inside the organization and outside, create your own group, create your own network, and try and get more clients for the organization. And you will learn how PwC works as a global network of firms. So these are the job description, right? So you will be working in the core assurance service. So it's an audit and assurance, wide range of project, continuous teamwork, and good communication is required. Plus, you have to specialize either in financial statements, right? You can see point number 2, conducting details of test of details for fixed asset inventory, other income, interest income, dividends, and you may also be part of the audit. You may prepare documents on the audit policy and standards. So this will be a broad idea. I hope you're getting a broad idea. And in depth, we are doing in-depth analysis of job description from various important companies in different sectors. So if you look at the responsibilities, yes, you have to monitor the time, manage deadlines. You will have to undergo a lot of training, coaching. So this is an expectation from PwC. And quality review, whatever job you are expected to deliver, you must review the quality of the work. Make sure that there are no mistakes in what you do, and continuously interact with your senior, with your manager, so that you provide defect free. There should be no mistakes, no errors in the file which you prepare, in the deliverable which you are preparing. Requirement wise, you need to have the company is expecting good understanding of finance concepts and regulations. So say, for example, regulations here means accounting standards and important theories in finance. Plus, you must know the SEBI regulations, capital market regulations, RBI norms, right? So important regulations from the statutory authorities. And please note the second requirement and the expectation is good understanding of corporate financial statements, securities, financial instruments, and derivative. Now, you know that we have the Indian accounting standard Ind AS 109, which is on financial statement, financial instruments, and derivatives. So please go through that standard in case you want to appear for these type of interviews. Please have an understanding of different financial products, derivative products, and futures and options, embedded derivative, and brush up on your understanding of financial statements, right? Go through some actual financial statements, go through the notes to accounts, significant accounting policies, and understand more about how financial statements are prepared and what are the compliance requirements. Parallelly, please go through the MCA, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs notification, which came out in March 2021, which talks about important amendments in financial reporting, audit. And now you know that from financial year 2022, 1st April 2022, any company which has automated accounting system must provide audit trail, right? So that there will be edit log in the financial statements. So every financial statement must have the financial records of companies must have an audit trail, right? So that the auditor is able to follow when the document was modified and when was it accessed and who made the changes, what changes were made. Everything should be visible. This is the original notification. When it came out, it stated that from 1st April 2021, this change was supposed to come. But then looking at the time period, inadequate time, and all other factors, the MCA finally made it applicable from 1st April 2022. So please go through these updates and have knowledge about these areas. Microsoft Office and Adobe is an important requirement. Plus, the expectation from the company PwC is that you need to be a team player and proficient in written English and verbal skills, verbal communication. So good performance in the group discussion, good performance in the personal interview is required. Okay. You can see that they are expecting self-motivation from your side, and you should be able to handle responsibility and ownership, plus commitment for continuous training and to proactively learn the new processes, and prior experience in accounting, audit, costing, and finance activities is a must. Right. Now let us look at the placement rules. I come to the next part of my presentation. I hope that I'm audible and you can see the slides. So let's discuss about some of the important rules for the CMA placement, and then we will go into the interviews, and finally I will close with information systems audit, which is one more area which is allotted to me for this particular session. Now, please note that one job to one student at the first instance. If a student is offered a job in a slot, ideally the person will be deregistered from the placement and would not be allowed to appear in any further processes till campus placements are over. So make sure that once you get a job, you have to accept the job and continue, right? So if a student receives more than one job offer, you have to choose one of the jobs and it will be blocked and you will be blocked from other job opportunities. So after accepting a job offer, please, the candidate, if you decide to withdraw your acceptance, then you must inform the company concerned and the placement cell of the institute immediately. And please do not make any false claim in your CV. I think you will have a separate session on how to prepare your CV for the campus. So make sure that you have don't include any false claims in your CV, because if that means that your candidature may be cancelled immediately, right? Please make sure. Then any attempt is considered only when actually appeared for the examination. Therefore, a missed attempt is not counted as an attempt. Mention your number of attempts in each group of the exam correctly. And please note that the companies will shortlist you only on the information which you have provided. Sometimes, of course, in various institutes, what happens is the company may also seek information from the institute if required. And please do not give any wrong information or incomplete information, because that will mean it will be a cancellation of your recruitment. Then if you have accepted an offer, and then once you accept the offer letter, you are definitely expected to join on the given joining date. Please keep the placement division informed through emails, through communication. Please keep the placement cell informed about what you are doing, whether you have got the offer letter, whether you are preparing for joining the company. So please keep the placement cell informed. Then, in case any candidate who is placed through the institute's placement process, if you receive or accept any private placement, as well as in any other company, you must inform the placement cell about your position, about your stance immediately. So maybe you are applying through the institute campus, and parallelly out of campus a company has selected you. So in that case, if you accept that private placement, that other company, right, please inform immediately the placement cell of the institute, so that everyone is clear about your stance. Okay. Now, some of the guidelines. Students, you should be punctual and adhere to the prevalent rules, regulations, and timings of the interview. Make sure that you are formally dressed and well groomed. So please try to be in blazers, complete business suit. So make sure that you are formally dressed and well groomed for the interview. Make sure that you look professional. Your appearance is professional, and all relevant documents, your CV, copy of all your educational certificates, photographs, if you have government ID proof, your institute's I card, everything should be there with you. And especially for physical interviews, make sure that you carry all of them in a file. So you prepare a file, okay, 4 copies of CV, 3-4 copies of your passport size photographs, right? Attested copy of the educational certificates, okay? Then mark sheets, right? Your ID proof, and the institute's ID card. So please carry. These are only some examples. If you feel other information you need to carry, other documents, please carry them as well. Then the institute is telling you repeatedly that please be well versed with the company profile. What is the job description? So you see, I was discussing in detail, right, about the job description from 3 very important companies. One is Kotak Mahindra, one is Godrej Infotech, the other is Pricewaterhouse. So you should be versed with the job description. That means what is the expectation of that company? What type of requirement the company has? What is the job profile? So you must have all these information in front of you. And please, when you are going for the institute placement, make sure that you behave in an ethical manner, and no unprofessional approach, no unfair means, and make sure that you follow fair code of conduct. So because you see, as a CMA, you are brand ambassadors, right? All of you are brand ambassadors of the institute. So you must exhibit fair code of conduct. Once a candidate receives an appointment letter, please note it is assumed that you are joining the organization. Institute is very clear on this. So please remember that once you receive the appointment letter or you are shortlisted, it is assumed that you will be joining the organization. And if the selected student does not join that organization, even if that company wants you to join, but if you say no, in that case, the institute has a right to debar you from any other activity conducted by the placement cell. This rule is uniform in most of the institutes, and it is assumed that if you are appearing for an interview and if the company shortlists you, if the company issues an offer letter, definitely you must accept it and not reject it and move to another company. right? So please do not request any the placement cell for any undue advantage. Canvassing in any form is liable for cancellation. And negative message, some people I have seen sometimes, very unfortunate, but I'm sharing all practical points. I'm trying to share with you all practical points important for your career, important for your placement as per the topic given to me by the institute. So you see, this is also a very practical point. Sometimes I've seen some candidates, they are going to social media and writing or responding to rumors. They're spreading rumors about campus placements. So this is not at all acceptable, and no negative message, no false statements or rumors about campus placement should be done. Please note that you are responsible, you are a CMA, you are the brand ambassador of the institute. So you have, I said, accountability and responsibility. You see, with great power, what do you get with great power? With great power, you get comes responsibility. More and more power, more and more degree, more and more honor means responsible, accountable, right? So please note that responsibility, accountability is important. Now we go to the last two areas, and we will try to analyze the CMA campus as per the information which I have tried to analyze. So we'll try to understand the campus. Now, please note that our institute has skills training partner SAP, so that you are SAP certified directly, Microsoft Education, and for soft skills, we have the Cambridge University Press, which is one of the skills training partner of the institute. Now, the highest package offered till in the last few years has been 20 lakhs, and the average package has been around 8 lakhs per annum in the campus. And friends, if you look at the placement, I will just try to have a snapshot of the placement from 2017 till around 2019-20. Now, looking at the campus placements, if you see, in October 17, for example, 162 qualified CMAs were selected. Highest salary package was around 12 lakhs. And if you see, this was a highlight because many companies, if you look at the type of companies which have come in the campus, you can see that companies from diverse industries have come. Companies from diverse industries have come, as a result of which the campus has been well attended, and most importantly, companies from the banking sector, manufacturing sector, IT sector, consulting sector, different sectors were included in the campus. So looking at some of the broad, 40 recruiters were there. So looking at some of the important highlights. Now, of course, it is true that, as I requested all of you to remember, that always be open. You see, today it is not always possible to join a particular sector of your choice. Now, if I only think of joining the manufacturing sector, then what will happen? My options will get limited. If I think of only joining the, if I think of only joining the steel sector, for example, right, or the coal sector, power sector, coal, right, then what will happen is I will make my my options will become limited. So I must be open. So in December 17, you can see the highest CTC was 18 lakhs per annum, and the average CTC cost to the company was around 7 lakhs. Some of the companies you can see: Gas Authority of India, ONGC, then we had POSCO, Indian Oil Corporation, Vedanta, Accenture, one of the leading companies in the KPO sector, then Reliance Industries, Nestle, Kotak Mahindra Bank. I was discussing about Kotak Mahindra Bank already. ITC Limited, ITC Food Division, then we had internal audit profile from ITC, and PricewaterhouseCoopers. I have discussed about the job profile and their expectation from PwC. Then we had another well-known company, Peerless, then KPMG, ITC Lifestyle, then RSM Astute, Wipro, one of the leaders in IT sector, Sundaram Clayton, and also Tax Connect. Then we had Berger Paints, Yes Bank, Kalpataru Power, GST Suvidha, then JK Paper. So please see, it was a very, very varied, diversified number of industries have come, and leading companies from these industries have come to the campus. Sector-wise, if you see, I have just done a sector analysis, based on the data which I was able to obtain, and you can see that in December 17, just around 3-4 years back, so 10% of the companies came from FMCG. The highest was IT. 28% of the companies came from the IT sector, and you can see that almost 13% came from the oil and gas sector, then 8% from the consultancy sector, NBFC, that is non-banking finance companies, almost we had 11%. So this shows sector-wise. So, my request to you is to make sure that you are able to join. You should be keeping your mind open and no particular preference, right? Only for one sector. So try to be open, and you see, it's all about learning. It's all about learning different industries. And in my career also, I try to work in multiple industries. Yes, in the multinational firms, sometimes what happens is you get one or two particular industries as your core sector. I remember, for example, in one of the big four, I was focused into the steel sector. Sorry. But then slowly, once I went out of India and worked across Europe and clients in Europe and Africa and US and Japan. So I was able to work in diverse industries ranging from education sector, then consultancy sector, then banking, insurance sector, and also gathered experience in the field of heavy engineering, right? Then non-banking finance companies, financial services, iBanking. So it gives you a different, we get a different perspective once you work in diverse sectors. Later on, I worked in telecom sector as an auditor, and in power sector extensively in the power sector. So try to get a wide cross section of different industries, and make sure that you have, as you can see from this particular slide, you can see that so many industries are coming: banking, consultancy, oil and gas, power, insurance, and you can see the distribution of the companies, right? June 2017 also, we have 43% of the companies from the construction sector, then we had 31% from the consultancy sector. So you can see here again, you have education sector, metals and mining, power, IT. So you must be able to understand that try to have preference for any sectors. It's all about learning. Okay, now let me go to the performance. I've come to 2018 now. 2018, you can see that 44 companies participated in the campus, and the highest salary was almost 19 lakhs. The average salary was around 7.5 lakhs, and placement offered were around 264 placements. So this was for December 2018 pass outs. Some of the companies which participated in the campus in 2018, you can see some of the best names: Hindustan Unilever, Reliance Industries, ONGC, Genpact, then KPMG, Deloitte, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Tata Projects, RSM, Nestle, Vedanta, then Gas Authority of India Limited, POSCO, Larsen and Toubro, and the list is on and on. So wonderful companies have come in this particular campus, and therefore we can see that, as I said, that the Institute campus provides you with one of the finest platform, one of the most sought after platform, so that you start with your industry career. Some of the other companies: Tata Motors, Tata Projects, you can see Deloitte, McNally Bharat Engineering Company Limited, Arvind Mills, then Genpact, PwC, Max Life Insurance, Berger Paints, Nestle, and RSM. So absolutely impressive list of companies which came in 2018. Plus we have Peerless Securities. Moving to 2019, please see the main campus. I will request you to see the main campus. Okay. So main campus, if you see, just 1 minute. Okay, thank you. So if you see this campus for tomorrow for 2019, if you see now, main campus April June 2019. Just see the proud recruiters. The campus was held in the metros: Chennai, Delhi, Kolkata, and Mumbai. You can see SAIL, Steel Authority, ONGC, ITC, then RSM, GST Suvidha, Wipro, Kalpataru Power, Karur Vysya Bank, Naval Lignite Corporation, TVS Motors, HUL, Federal Bank, Godrej, and impressive companies. So please note that thanks to the Institute campus, the Institute is doing everything possible to make sure that you get both the public sector companies and the private sector. So you have some of the best companies from the public sector like ONGC, like SAIL, like Indian Oil, Rashtriya Ispat Nigam Limited, RINL, for example. At the same time, you have some of the best private sector companies also. So this is a highlight of the Institute's campus. If you look at the June 2019 extended CMA campus, which was held in Bangalore, Bhubaneswar, Jaipur, Ahmedabad, and Hyderabad, then you have some of the renowned companies here: Genpact, JK Cement. Then you have National Building Construction Company, NBCCL, Schneider Electric, extremely well-known companies. Similarly, in the June-July 2019 summer placement conducted by the Institute in the metro cities, you can see the proud recruiters included Mahindra and Mahindra, Coke, Vedanta, and PricewaterhouseCoopers, among others. So absolutely fabulous companies. So I'm sure through this discussion which we are having on the campus placements, I'm sure you are able to realize that the Institute is doing everything possible to make sure that you have a very bright future. 2019-20, some other companies included, there was a requirement of fund accountant from Citco. The compensation was around 7 lakhs plus benefits plus annual bonus. Ircon International, then McNally Bharat Engineering, Rashtriya Ispat Nigam Limited, ONGC, Steel Authority of India Limited, ITC Hotels, which comes very frequently, ITC Foods, which is another company which comes almost in every campus, Godrej, then we have Saint Gobain, then Bandhan Bank, Schneider Electric, and also NBCCL. So a very diversified, at the same time balanced lot of companies, because you have number of companies from the public sector as well as companies from the private sector. So this makes it very impressive. Now, more companies: Nestle, Capgemini, okay, Wipro, Electro Steel Castings, RSM Astute, then Tax Connect. So you see, we are having number of companies as well from the consulting sector, and you can see auto sector, Hero Motors, for example, Accenture, Ford Motors. You can see again another leading brand, international brand from the auto sector. In the banking sector, we have Karur Vysya, Heavy Engineering, Asia Brown Boveri, ABB India, Asia Brown Boveri. Then from the FMCG sector, you have HUL. From the banking sector, you are having Federal Bank. So if you see the placement, and you can see in this photograph, in this slide, that the Institute was, this photograph captures the moment when the ICI was conducting a press meet. And you can see how the Institute has been providing the best possible companies in the campus so that you start with a very good career. The only point you have to remember is, I told you about the corporate expectation, what the industry wants from CMAs, what the industry expects from freshers. So please follow those rules and make sure that you start with a good career. Then VIP bags, Haldiram's was there, Mahindra and Mahindra, Vedanta, PwC, Cargill Business Services, Tech Mahindra. So what more can we ask? So you can see that continuously, if you see, and I have shared with you some pictures in the slide of the press meet. So parallelly, in all the leading business newspapers, both in different languages, in leading newspapers, the campus news that yes, the Cost Institute is conducting the campus, and therefore so many companies are coming. This news came out. So more and more companies got the interest to recruit the best CMAs. And this is how the number of companies have increased over the years. Right. To 2021, a quick look at February 2021. So Micon was there, Citco Shared Services, and then Bajaj Auto. So three of the very famous companies. Then you can see for January 2021 for the December 19 batch. So we had NMDC, which is National Mining Development Corporation, Mineral Development Corporation. Then we had Vedanta Limited, Philips India. So again, three very well-known names, listed companies, and you can see the campus was conducted in several locations: Raipur, Kolkata, Visakhapatnam, Chennai, Delhi, and Mumbai. Okay. Now, some of the target companies you can see: Delhi Metro Rail Corporation, they have recruited CMAs, MMTC, SIDBI, National Dairy Development Board, Oil India Limited. Then we have NSIC, Mumbai Metro Rail Corporation. So Konkan Metro, Mumbai Metro, there are CMAs at the highest levels in these companies. RSM Delivery Center, okay. VIP Bags. So this is a company which has come quite a number of times. So looking at these target companies, you can see that you have a wide range of industries, wide range of companies, and the profiles are also quite diversified profile. Right now, we look at some of the checklist. I have prepared a special checklist for you. So we have covered the campus from 2017 till 2021. So we are continuing non-stop from 1:30, 1:45. You can see we have covered discussion in details of all the important areas which are allotted. And slowly we will move into now the last part, which is on interviews. Now, if you look at the employment checklist, some of the important information which you need to note. So some of the important information is okay. So I think there are some questions. I'll take it up later. I hope everyone is following, and since I am not, see, it's a virtual platform, so we don't get any feedback whether you are able to listen or not. I'm unable to take any questions. So I hope the slides are visible and I am audible, and perhaps you are finding the session useful. Okay, so in the employment checklist part, key functions. So, you have to look at the job profile, number one. Please look at the growth and development of the industry and the company, whichever company you are joining. First, see whether the company itself is going to grow or not, right? That's important. Try to see the brand of the company, right? Location of the posting is another important point. Now, salary and work timings might be critical points for you, even in case you cannot work in shifting time. Now, some companies have, they have given work timings like US timing, right, United States. So 5 p.m. to 2 a.m. So in such a case, you have to see whether you are able to accept that timings or not. So please look at the compensation, the work timings, salary, of course, benefits and perks, whatever is there. Career growth is important. How much of self-development you will be getting, and whether you will be able to achieve your objectives or not. Then how much of training opportunities? Many companies are providing in-house training, and there are post-qualification courses of the institute. Now, I talked about I talked about the different courses of the institute. And I talked about specially two of the courses which are very important, and one is the DISA and the other is the Valuation course. So please make sure that you get opportunity of post-qualification course. Many companies, nowadays, they sponsor PQC, post-qualification course. Now you are joining, say, a company like Genpact or company like, say, Godrej Infotech, or a company like KPMG or Pricewaterhouse. So if you have an interest for valuation, they may sponsor the course. If you want to go for information system security audit, DISA course from our institute, you may get a sponsorship. So please try to see whether the company is providing any sponsorship for the post-qualification course. This is equally important. Then look at the reporting. Okay, whom to report. So please try to ask during the interview, try to find out who is your direct boss. What is the organizational structure? You are joining as a finance executive. You may be joining as a as an assistant manager finance, a deputy manager finance. How many people are above you, right? So you know the growth. So if there are 10 levels before reaching CFO position, that means number of steps. If there are 4 levels in another company, maybe you will achieve a growth faster. So you have to look at the reporting, you have to look at direct line reporting and dotted line reporting. Then how much of traveling and site visit the job will the job will involve. That is something you need to see. How much of site visit, many as a CMA you have to always be open to travel. So maybe you are joining a bank, okay, so you are joining the credit department, so that will mean that you have to travel a lot, because all the credit proposal which are coming for loan processing, maybe there are a number of companies who have applied for working capital loans, who have applied for long-term loans, and you are doing the assessment, credit assessment. So if the company has mortgaged the land, if the company is trying to come out with a plant in a remote location, and the bank where you are joining is financing that project, you have to go for verification. You have to go for site inspection. So that means traveling. Project visit, project location, you have to travel. Site visit will be there. So please inquire. And growth prospect, and what will be the skill development, quality of work-life balance, and culture in the company. Now, some companies, if you look at the government companies, they have a very formal culture. You have to talk to your boss, maybe as sir or ma'am or Mr. So-and-so, Miss So-and-so, right? Mostly as sir and ma'am. But in a private sector company, you can call your boss by his or her first name. So the culture is different. Private sector, it's more open. Private sector is flatter organization. But in case of a public sector, yes, you have to be more formal, and it is the hierarchy is more structured. So you have to look at the culture of the company, and you must make sure that your personal culture suits with that culture. If not, you have to adapt to the culture, and how much of work-life balance the job provides. So these are some important points I thought of sharing with you. Also, some of the companies might give you on-site opportunities. Now, you have seen the companies like Genpact, Accenture, Capgemini, Tata Consultancy, Infosys, Wipro, then say IBM. So these companies, even the multinational firms like Pricewaterhouse, KPMG, RSN, they may offer opportunities for foreign placement. Of course, under COVID pandemic, things are not so easy. But now, as we hope that the COVID pandemic slowly, of course, it's our expectation that things will stabilize soon. And in the next few months, again, we are hopeful that normal business will start and lockdowns will ease out. So under those circumstances, definitely looking forward to the next 2-3 years, there will be on-site opportunities, and it might be very important for you to get some foreign experience, right? Many of us, when we started our career, when we were somewhere at a mid-management position, right? I remember that we got a lot of opportunities for foreign postings, for foreign clients, handling foreign clients, and we learned a lot of culture. We learned a lot of new things, something new about the culture, something new about the financial compliances of that company, stock market regulations of that particular country. And most important, we made a lot of friends, we made a lot of network. Plus, many of us, we were able to do our MBA from foreign B schools. Right, so this is possible if you are able to work in multinational companies and if you get on-site opportunities. Now, friends, we go to a small topic, and that is group discussion. So I have discussed about the campus, and I've also discussed in the last slide about what are the factors you must consider before joining. Now, when you're going for group discussion, this is a very important expectation from the corporates. When you go for the group discussion, the first rule is please discuss and do not debate. It is group discussion and not a debate. So make sure that you are discussing. Most of the companies will have a GD round. So please focus on the topic given. The topic will be given to you. You will get 10 minutes of preparation time. Some companies might give you 5 minutes. You will be allowed to always, if possible, carry pen and paper, even though I'm discussing, but I'm having pen and paper ready in case I have any questions, or if I think of a point which I want to discuss, I'm writing the points here. So pen and paper is very important. And you may have to write down the points which comes in your mind on that topic. There can be 8 to 10 participants, and you have to speak after time starts. When the time starts, GD starts, so you have to speak. So you may be the first speaker, but if you are the first speaker, you may not get time to listen to the others because you are the first speaker. So there are two approaches. Either you seize the opportunity earlier. That means be the first speaker, create a very strong first impression. Or the other approach is wait and listen to the first 2-3 speakers, form an opinion, and then you speak. So it's up to you. If you are very proactive, if you are good in communication, if you seize an opportunity, if you have a lot of leadership skills inside, you may be the first speaker. Parallelly, I'm not saying that the person who speaks first will always be the best. Maybe the person who thinks and speaks later might come out with a very good point. So the idea is to speak, but the idea is not to dominate. Always navigate. When we fly planes, we navigate. We get the waypoints. We have a flight plan. So we navigate. We don't go straight. Sometimes we deviate. But the idea is to navigate. Similarly, when you are speaking in a GD, do not dominate but navigate. Okay, go with the flow. Go with the others. Take the points of other speakers. Listen to the others. One of the important rule of communication is to listen. Okay, you have to listen. I'm feeling bad because I cannot listen to your points. It's one way I'm speaking, but I'm unable to listen. Had it been a physical session, when we have not a sort of web-enabled session, then I could have listened, right? So listening is very important. Flow of points. Now, when you are speaking, you must keep those points. Now, if a topic comes, like say, today's media has lost the ethics of journalism. This is a very interesting topic which came in one of the GDs. Today's media has lost the ethics of journalism. So this was a very important topic. Another topic came, the Indian Premier League, IPL. Should IPL be renamed as Indian Profit League? So in such cases, you have to understand the topic and you must have a wide interest. Most importantly, please remember, once you get the GD topic, you don't have the time you cannot get your smartphone and or tab, and you cannot do a Google search. That is not allowed. So you must have ready points. You must have good knowledge. That is the point I was trying to make. Good knowledge. Not just your profession, outside, what is happening in the field of politics, what is happening in the field of sports, what is happening in the field of technology. Very recently, a topic came. Artificial intelligence, is it a blessing in disguise? So I must know what is artificial intelligence. I must know that it deals with cognitive thinking, cognitive analysis. I must know that artificial intelligence means it is something to do with robotic process automation, right? So I must have understanding about what is AI, what are the applications of AI, and will AI be good for the economy, and will AI mean that it will be the end of humans, right? So topics can be on different areas. It can be on sports, it can be on the economy, it can be a social topic, right? For example, one topic came recently on leadership. The topic was, are ladies better leaders? Are ladies better leaders? A very interesting topic. Okay, so then there was one more topic I remember in one of the leading companies last time. The topic was time is money. So when you get a topic like this, time is money. Yes, we have learned about time value of money. We are trying to make the best use of time now. In these 3 hours, I'm trying to give as much value as possible, as much discussion as possible. So that you gain in terms of money. You are able to start with a higher salary. Every corporate decision means timely decision. Otherwise, you lose an opportunity. Losing an opportunity means what? There's an opportunity cost. So, you can see that time is money. So it depends on how you design the flow of the points. Listening to others, very important in a GD. Always listen to your peers, your colleagues, your other participants. Express the opinion with facts and figures as much as possible. Like on a topic like this, India's growth is real or virtual. Try to share that yes, currently the World Bank or the International Monetary Fund has stated that India's GDP will be rising by 11.5%. Of course, this was before this resurgence of COVID around last month. So you try to give facts and figures, talk about the fiscal deficit, talk about what is the current account deficit, talk about the important investments which was proposed by the Union Finance Minister in the budget. So on a topic like this, talk about the trend in terms of numbers, in terms of quantification. That is important. Harmonizing and summarizing, always try to summarize and harmonize at the end of the discussion. Sometimes the company's HR will tell you that, okay, time to wind up. So that means 2 minutes are left, or maybe 1 minute is left. So if there's 1 minute left, one of the team members must raise the hand and must say that, yes, I'm going to harmonize, I'm going to conclude, I'm going to summarize. So when you summarize, you have to talk about different individuals, what points they have given, what is their opinion, individual opinion, what is their point of view. You must state that. There may be different points, there may be different views. So you can always say that, yes, we agree to disagree, right? So in this way, make sure that you are able to handle the group discussion. And of course, GD is all about discussion and navigation and not at all about domination. Now, friends, we go to the last, it's around 4 o'clock and we have 4 p.m. So we have just 2 important areas left so that I can conclude at 4:30 as per the schedule, and talking about interviews, and I will finish with a little bit of information systems audit. Now, important factors for the interview. Yes, I have talked about the offline interviews and the online interviews. Whichever be the mode of interview, kindly make sure that you follow the timelines. Please follow the dress code for the interview and code of conduct. As I stated earlier when I was discussing about the placement rules of the institute. Now, for the CMA placement rules, there are a lot of codes, do's and don'ts, right? Canvassing is not allowed. Asking for any undue favor is not allowed. Once I receive the offer letter, I am expected to join the company. So please always follow the code of conduct. You are a professional. You are the brand ambassadors of the Cost Institute. You are proud CMAs, right? Therefore, you must always hold your head high at the same time. You should be proud of being a CMA at the same time. Pride is good, confidence is good, but please remember your responsibilities to the institute, your responsibilities to the profession as well. So a very thorough, professional behavior is expected from each and every one of you. Similarly, when you negotiate on the salary and other matters, try to negotiate in a professional manner. It is important to obtain all the clarification from the company before you sign the offer letter. Like I told you about the job description, try to ask about how much of traveling is required, what is the growth prospect in the organization, what is the organizational hierarchy in the finance department, whether the company is going to sponsor post-qualification courses. These could be questions which might come in your mind. And please note that if there is a dispute later between you and the company, institute is not responsible. So be sure that you are a mature individual, you are a professional. Therefore, please obtain the relevant clarification from the employer before you sign the offer letter. Okay. Now, from the interviewer's point of view, I've taken multiple interviews and also appeared in number of interviews as well. So I've been on both the sides. And nowadays, of course, I take more interviews, right? But then I had to appear for a number of interviews throughout my career, and even as a pilot, even as a karate instructor, I had to appear for a number of interviews, especially when I introduced martial arts in number of institutions, number of corporates. So they asked me, there was an interview, they asked me, Mr. Chakravarthy, why do you feel that karate and yoga are important for stress management? I had to answer them, right? So I introduced martial arts in number of schools, colleges, and also in number of corporates, right? Also in the professional institutes. So interview is part of our life. And first, you have to listen to the interviewer. Second, you must be updated on the knowledge requirement. Then third is some questions may go beyond. So some questions may be very difficult. You may not know the answer, but you must have self-control, control your ego, and be relaxed. Interview means don't get tensed, right? Every 2 minutes, if you just adjust your knot, or if you just, perspire, or just adjusting this or touching your nose, and this shows nervousness. So be what you are, and be relaxed and do your homework, right? Plus, when you start the interview, before sitting down, of course, shake hands with the interviewers. If it's morning, just with a smile, you can always say good morning, ma'am, good morning, sir, and pleased to meet you, glad to meet you. You can always say this when you shake hands. So etiquettes are important. It's important to be relaxed and not be tensed, because if they see a person who is tensed, a person who is already under stress, then the company knows that, okay, this person is already stressed. So before the interview, if the person is so stressed, what will happen to him when he joins, or what will happen to her when she joins, and when she has to balance number of important projects, right? Important pieces of work. So your personality is important, and please try to understand the questions, why they were asked. So I will share some questions, of course, don't worry. I think audio is fine. You can see the slides, and we are carrying on with the last part. Now, employers look for certain features, certain expectations they have. First is, being pleasant, always have a smile. And even if you don't know the answer to a question, say that I don't know. I don't mind. As a fresh qualified CMA, it is not expected that you know everything. So it's always humble to say, yes, I don't know. So there's no harm in that. Then determination. Yes, you need to be strongly determined. And if a company gives you an opportunity, that means that you have to give back. You have to add value. See, you need two hands to clap. Two hands to clap. It's always give and take. The world moves like that. So if the company gives an opportunity to you, you have to pay back. You have to give back, right? So determination in whatever you do, and accountability, good energy, team spirit, and enthusiasm. You are young, you are energetic, you must have energy, not a cold way back. If I sit like this in an interview, no, always sit straight. Sit, be a little forward, right? Don't sit relaxed back. Try to be proactive, sit little leaning towards the front. Okay. If you sit like this, this is a closed posture, not to be done. Don't touch your nose or face or eyes frequently. It shows nervousness. Okay, don't twitch your fingers. I think I'm visible. Twitching your fingers, no, it shows nervousness. No, relaxed. So enthusiasm, drive, these are the important elements which companies are looking for. Communication skill, leadership, I have discussed about everything, all these points here. How to solve problems. You should have a problem solving attitude. You must have good analytical abilities and understanding of the current business environment, especially how COVID is going to impact business, how COVID is going to impact the cost structure, how COVID is going to impact the financial situation of a company, how to cut down cost. So these are typical questions which you could be getting based on the current business environment. Questions may come on the budget 2021. Question may come on the role of India as as a dominant economy under the G20 nations, and how much of contribution Indian GDP has to the global GDP. As per the figures available in March first week, Indian GDP, if you compare it to the world GDP, India is contributing near about 7% of the world GDP. So you must have clear idea about the numbers, right? Please be thorough about the bank interest rates, the repo rate, reverse repo rate, bank rate, and the prime lending rate, right? And of course, marginal standing facility, in case you are trying for banks and financial institutions. Now, some of the questions, of course, on a platform like this, we cannot have a mock interview because I cannot see other persons, I cannot see all of you, but I'm just sharing the questions and important questions which have come in the last few years. FAQ, frequently asked questions. Most of the companies have started with a question, tell us about yourself. If you get this question, try to talk about your professional life as well as professional achievements, your qualifications, your interest, hobbies, and what you want to do in life, right? Why do you want this job? Be very specific about the job profile and how your skills fit with the job profile. What skills do you bring to the job? Yes, answers could be project management skills, cost management skills, IT skills, communication skills. Okay. Then if you know any ERP or if you have done any special audit, you can talk about that. Cost audit skills, for example. 3 to 5 years from now, where do you see yourself? Yes, definitely at a managerial level. And you can say that, yes, in 3 to 5 years time, I will definitely have a better understanding of the economy, of the particular business of the company and accounting policies, the costing structure, the financial fund management position, compliance requirement of the company. Who is your role model and why? This depends on person to person. This depends on person to person, and of course, you may talk about your parents as your role model. You may talk about SRK, Amitabh Bachchan as your role model. You may talk about, you may talk about MS Dhoni as your role model. You may talk about the late APJ Abdul Kalam as your role model. But you must have a reason. You may talk about Mr. Ratan Tata as your role model. Question is, you may talk about Mr. Elon Musk as your role model. Question is, you have to justify why. Right? So you see the second part of the question, who is your role model and why? What do you think of the current economic and political situation? As I said, you must have knowledge about the current economic updates, what is happening on the economic scenario, business scenario, and political situation. How would you describe yourself? Yes, you can talk about the type of person you are, whether you are an extrovert, introvert, whether you can work in a team or not, whether you are a self-motivated or not, how good you are in communication, you can talk about that. What is your greatest strength and what is your greatest weakness? Well, strength can be your technical knowledge, strength can be your multitasking abilities, strength can be your IT skills, strength can be your determination. Weakness can be the fact that yes, maybe sometimes you become lazy at times, or sometimes you may get demotivated. These can be weaknesses, right? Everyone gets demotivated. Life is always not a bed of roses. Sometimes we have a manic phase and sometimes a depressive phase. So that happens. Even stars, well-known stars, whether you are sports stars or ministers or you are, film stars, everyone gets demotivated sometimes. So you can always say that, yes, sometimes I get demotivated. That is always a weakness. Now, some people have said, when the question was asked, what is your weakness? Two answers I remember. One person said that I have no weakness. This is wrong. Every person has weaknesses. And if another person answered in this way, he was asked the same question, what is your weakness? He said, why should I tell you? Why should I tell you my weakness? So this is not an answer. This is not the right answer. This is not the appropriate answer. Right. So when you are getting a question, what is the greatest weakness, you must make sure that you answer it in a professional manner and make sure that the answer is something acceptable, right? Then what is your question came, tell me about the time of how you handled the load. CMA course is not an easy course. How you completed the CMA course and what were your learning which you got. So this is an important question. Then what do you see yourself? Okay, 3 years we have seen. How will you contribute to this organization? Well, you can say that I will contribute to the organization with my attitude, my skills, my knowledge, and of course, understanding the requirement of the company. I will try to do my best so that I can offer the maximum value of deliverable to the organization. Are you competitive? Question number 10. Yes, all of us need to be competitive because sometimes you have to beat your peers, and the world is definitely competitive. You think of the movie The Three Idiots. You have to run fast, otherwise you become a broken anda. Remember that dialogue. At the same time, I request you to think of what Amir Khan said in that movie. Always run after excellence. Success will come to you automatically. Right. Some questions: what are your hobbies? Can you monetize your hobby? Answers, of course, will depend from person to person. If you are not taken, what will you do? Question number 2. So if I'm not taken, first of all, I'll ask the company why I'm not taken. What is the reason? Am I weak in communication? Am I weak in technical skills? Have I taken too many attempts in CMA? Is my percentage of marks too low? So I must know the reason. Yes, CMA internship exam performance question can come. Your habits, likes and dislikes. How do you spend leisure time? What do you read, watch? Can you work as part of a team? What is your plan for the next qualification which you want to add after becoming a CMA? So this is an important question. Can you follow instructions? Okay. Tell us about your biggest failure. You can talk about maybe a situation where you failed in an exam or a personal failure as well, professional or personal. What is your family background? You are expected to talk about your parents, your brothers, sisters, and general background of your family. If a client verbally insulted you in front of co-workers, what will you do? So if a client verbally insults you in front of your colleagues, first you should take the client outside that room, maybe to your cabin, ask him or her to cool down, listen to the person carefully, know from the person what went wrong. If possible, write down the points which the person has a complaint. So you must know why the complaint has come, and then try to argue. If you are wrong, if it's your fault, you must own up and say it's my fault. If not, you must try to provide an answer. Then work in India or abroad. This again depends on your personal ambition. How long will you stay in this job? Well, common question which comes. Now, how long will you stay in this job? Definitely, it's a long-term perspective. So you can always say that so long as there is a mutual benefit, I plan to stay in the company. ITC Foods. Let's see some of the interview questions from ITC Foods. So GD was based on a case study related to cost. So a case study was given on which you have to provide a solution with analysis. So be ready for facing these type of case studies. In the technical round, you can see the first interview round was a technical round and the second round was technical plus HR. I'm sharing some questions. Tell me about yourself. Why do you want to join ITC? Questions came on accounting standard 9, on revenue recognition on 10, that is property, plant and equipment, accounting standard 17, 22 on deferred taxes, accounting standard 18 on related party, accounting standard 17 you know is on segment reporting. So questions came on these. GST and its implications. Certain practical case studies were asked. Questions came on ICDS, income computation disclosure standards, tax related questions, Finance Act, and Indian accounting standards question came, revised accounting standards and cost accounting standards, right? So please, these are the technical questions which actually came in the interview. That's why I'm sharing them so that you can note down. Personal information like what your achievements are, what are your hobbies, what are your awards and achievements. These questions also came. 5 years down the line, where do you see yourself? Right, this question also was asked in the interview. How do you handle stress and pressure? Well, you can handle stress and pressure in different ways, maybe by taking a walk, by doing some yoga, by deep breathing, by having a cup of coffee, right, by chatting with your family members, quick chat with your family members, quick chat with your friends, right? And different ways of techniques are there by which you can handle pressure and stress, right? So definitely stress management is important, and therefore all companies will ask you this specific question. How do you want to spend your first salary? Now, will you spend the first salary by buying whatever you want to buy, or by throwing a party to your friends, or by buying a gift for your parents? So this depends on your attitude. This depends on your culture as well. This depends on the type of person you are. Like I remember when we got our first salary, I remember clearly my first job after qualifying when I joined PricewaterhouseCoopers. My salary was very, you will all laugh if I tell you the salary. It's almost 22 years, 23 years back. So, but then whatever salary I got compared to today's terms, it was quite low. But then those days it was quite a lot of money, and Since it was my first salary after qualifying, I decided to buy some books for my father, and I bought some CDs for my mother, music CDs, because she was into music. And I just try to make sure that I celebrate the day with my parents, right? So it all depends. Now you might be thinking of spending your first salary with your friends in the company. You might invite your boss for a party. That depends on what type of person you are. And definitely this is a personal question, and there's no right answer to it. So it all depends on what type of background you have. Okay, what are your suggestions to your juniors? Now, this is a responsible question. So what suggestion you have to young students who are joining CMA? What suggestions would you give to commerce graduates, commerce students? Should they take up CMA? What are the prospects of a CMA? What are the challenges in the CMA course? How to overcome the challenges, right? What is your understanding of corporate environment? How would you suggest, what suggestions you have for your juniors in the team? So this was also a lovely question from ITC Foods. ITC, FMCG the questions came. What are you best in and how will you contribute to ITC? You have to describe your achievements. Second question. One question came that discuss about an event which brought a deep impact in you and brought about a significant change. Then what are your career goals? What are the career choices which you have in front of you? And what are the factors which are influencing your career choice? So you may have multiple career options. You may go into practice. You may decide to go into different industrial sectors, maybe banking, insurance, manufacturing. So you can talk about these options which you have. Then your extracurricular activities are important, whether you have followed any performed sports, music, public speaking, drawing, performing arts, right? Blogging, maybe you are a YouTuber, maybe you are a successful blogger, you are a YouTuber, you have your own blogs. So if so, please do share those details. And if you are there on social media, if you have your own YouTube channel, or if you have quite a good number of subscribers, you can talk about these achievements, right? So as a CMA, definitely outside your profession, you might have a lot of achievements to share. So please do share that. Some questions I've talked about: reporting, traveling, skill development, growth prospect, whether the company is providing any support for post-qualification course. So lastly, friends, we just have around 15 minutes. I'll talk about information systems audit, which is one of the topic given to me. In fact, there are 4 topics which I've covered. First was professional opportunities. Second is expectation of the corporates from CMAs. The third we have discussed in detail is the interviews. I've also talked about the campus in detail. And the last part is information systems audit. Now, I won't take much time, just around 10 minutes. And IS audit is an important area, for cost and management accountants. And it's nothing but an examination of the IT controls, information technology controls, which we have in different companies. Now, why this information systems audit has become so important? Now, first of all, you see, we have you have done internship, you have handled clients which are having SAP, Oracle, core banking, so different type of ERP enabled organization. Whenever you have a system-driven organization, you have to think of data integrity, whether the data is proper, input data is correct, processing is correct, output is correct, number one. Number two, you have to think of whether the data is available to the right person at the right time. So data availability. You have to also think of the data leakage. Many times you have heard that from Facebook, so and so numbers are leaked out, phone numbers, email IDs are leaked out. LinkedIn, recently there was a case that from LinkedIn, important email IDs and contact details and career information is leaked out. So data leakage is something dangerous. We have a very strong rule now, which is GDPR, right? So we have the global data protection rules. So we have to follow those rules. And in India, we had the personal data. There was a very important bill which came out in 2018. It was not made into an act, but it was basically on personal data protection. So data integrity is important. Yes, many companies are using artificial intelligence, robotics, data analytics, cloud computing. So if you have so much of information, you need to think of the information security. That's why we have information systems audit. Friends, every day we hear about cyber threats, cyber crime. Okay, so your money which you are sending from one person to the other, somebody intercepts and takes away the money. Many people have reported cases where money has been diverted from their bank accounts, online accounts, right? So you need to follow certain safety measures for online transaction, and cyber threats are there as well. So we have a need for information systems audit. One more point, please consider. See, post-COVID, we have a VED world. What is VED? Virtual, E for electronic, D for digital. Now, every meeting we are having is online. See, I'm sharing a lot of important data online. Now, what happens if a person who is outsider enters into the meeting and has access to all this data? This data will not go to the public platform. This is only for fresh qualified CMAs. But somebody from a different background who is not a stakeholder joins and steals the data. That is not done. So you see online meetings, online transactions. So you have to be very careful about the data safety. Then you see emails, smartphone chats, sometimes even the chat which you have on different, WhatsApp, for example, that might not have the data integrity and the encryption, which is important. So I'm also an information systems auditor, and therefore we have to handle these type of issues when we carry out information system audits. Plus, very important point is we often check whether there is a adequate business continuity planning and disaster recovery planning. So DRP and BCP. What happens if there is a sudden earthquake? The main server of the company will crash. Maybe the main server of the company is in Mumbai, and there's a massive disaster in Mumbai, right? Say, for example, we have seen similar things happening in Chennai a few years back. There was a complete flooding in Chennai. There may be earthquake, there may be natural disasters. What happens? The main server is gone, the full data is gone. How will the company retrieve the data? How will the company get back the data? How will the company start the business operations once again? So we need to have an auxiliary server, a backup server. So these are examples of business continuity planning, data disaster recovery planning. We talk about hot site, cold site, data mirroring, data backup. So you see, this is a very interesting job for any auditor, and for a CMA, it is very, very important. So safeguarding of asset, maintaining data integrity, and IT audits. IS audit is also known as IT audit, information technology audit. Now, very recently, I will just share this in brief. It's an update for all of you. 24th of March 2021, just 1 month back, the Minister of Corporate Affairs, they brought out a notification. The notification says, what does it say? Let's see the notification. The notification is saying that every company which uses an accounting software for maintaining its books of accounts shall only use a software which has a feature for recording the audit trail for each and every transaction and creating an edit log of each of the change made in the books of accounts. So you see the focus is coming on data integrity, data safety, and therefore any change which you are making in any transaction has to be recorded through an edit log and through an audit trail. And the audit trail should not be disabled. So through the settings, say in your mobile phone, you have the settings, right? In a computer, laptop, you have settings. In any IT device, you have a setting. So in that particular software, there should not be a configuration such that the audit trail is disabled. This cannot be allowed. Now, the initial concern we got was initially, you see, this was applicable from 1st of April 2021. That means from this month. Unfortunately, most of the companies were not ready. And as a result of which, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs finally, through a notification on the 1st of April, extended the due date to 1st of April 2022. But I will request you to note two things. The focus is on accounting software. That means information systems comes into the place, and the focus is on audit trail, and the date is now 1st April 2022. So I can tell you there will be number of companies who will require the services of an information systems auditor. And if you complete the DISSA course from the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, you will be in a very good position to handle these challenges. So the possible intent, of course, is that there should be a record of all activities for every transaction. If there is a change in the value of the transaction, if there is any editing of the transaction, if there is any realignment of the transaction, okay, so there should be an audit trail of that. Now, looking at the IS coverage area, we look at the system and the application, the system controls and the application controls. Then definitely we have to look at the information processing facility, systems development, how the IT systems are developed, hardware, software, networking facilities and all. What is the enterprise architecture? Now in IT audit, you will have to learn about the COBIT principle. COBIT means the control objectives for business and information technology. So you have to look at that. Client server, intranet, extranet, virtual private networks, right? So you have to look at VPN, firewalls, right? Demilitarized zone, DMZ, we call it DMZ, demilitarized zones, all these things. I'm not going into COBIT. I'll just talk about, so you see, when we talk about IS audit, we look at the physical controls, right? For example, the hardware, should be kept under regular monitoring. The server room should be kept locked. Logical access control will be there. Environmental access control will be there, right? So logical access control means a user ID, password, biometric security, eye scanning, retina scan, thumb scan. So these are access control which you have even in your smartphone. Environmental access, that is also important, right? So you have to keep the server room under air conditioning, certain types of, heat exchange facilities should be there, right? So ISO 27001 is a very famous international standard dealing with information system security, and that is to be followed so far as IS audit is concerned. Now, key steps in IS audit, we have to look at the risk assessment part, root cause analysis, what are the possible risks, and we have to advise the client about what are the possible IT risk and the solution for that, right? Now, let me go to the last part, the professional opportunities, why we are having ISA. Now, many government audits, I talked about the fact that we have IT enabled companies, we have ERPs everywhere. So in many government audits, especially in the government sector, many companies are now mandatorily, they are introducing IS audits. Many banks, all banks, in fact, I can say with certainty that almost all banks have information systems audit. Because you see, banks have moved from the manual platform to core banking. So whenever you have core banking, whether you have FlexCube or Finacle, you have to do basically a migration testing. Data from the manual field and data in the automated, whether the right data is pulled, whether the field, all the data in the field is pulled, whether the interest rates are correctly captured, right? So everything has to be seen, whether depreciation rates are correctly captured. Okay, so say discounting rate is correctly captured. So you have to go for a migration audit. Cooperative banks, cooperative societies are required to undergo information systems audit every year, sometimes once in 2 years, according to the policy. Any company with ERP background needs information systems auditor. The Reserve Bank of India, SEBI, and the Insurance Regulatory Development Authority of India, they have already introduced annual system audit of the banks, broking house, and all insurance companies. Then even for internal audit, continuously, see, cost and management accountants are working a lot in the field of internal audit, and even for internal audit, many companies insist on ISA qualification. You will see, if you look at the tenders and the vacancies, you will find that most of the cases, you will find that for internal audit, it is desirable that you have CMA along with information systems audit qualification. Plus any company having Oracle, JD Edwards, SAP, and I have talked about data privacy laws like GDPR and the Personal Data Protection Bill, which was passed in 2018 in India. Now, many consulting services are there. Many of us, we advise our clients on environmental, physical security, right? Then we advise them on logical access security, which deals with user ID, authentication, biometric security, virus prevention and detection services, incident detection, intrusion detection, reporting and follow-up. Then we have enterprise relationships, and we also advise companies on IT organizational structure, what should be the responsibility of the board of directors, segregation of duties, right? Database administrator and say operator, what are the segregation of duties which should be there? And then application software and data security, we focus on input controls, processing controls, and output controls, whether the data backup is carried out in a safe location, and we have adequate data integrity. Who is the owner of the data, database administration, authenticity of the data, right? So it's a broad area. Then automated solutions, wherever there is possible, we try to introduce automation. Then consultation on business continuity planning. We have to assess the criticality of the situation, the industry, the nature of data, the volume of data, right? Data warehousing and data archiving, we advise backup of data. We try to evaluate the system of backup of data, risk management, and number of consultancy on IT strategic planning, right? So these are the areas which you can take up as an information systems auditor. Now, lastly, I will discuss about the ICAI's latest course, which is on Diploma in Information Systems Security Audit. So you see, the objective is basically to equip all the CMAs with a unique body of knowledge and practical skill set so that they can carry out information systems audit in a technologically adept manner, and they can leverage technological tools. So in the course, you know, it is a 100 hours content driven course, and there are 3 broad areas. So there will be separate sessions on overview of information security, security framework, BCP, cyber security. Plus I spoke about core banking, and I shared with you, I was giving you the idea of migration audit. Now, when you have core banking in a banking organization, core banking solution, so definitely information systems audit is important. If you have SAP in an organization, you need to carry out periodical information systems audit in a SAP environment. So these 2 modules are covered in the DISA course, plus a very interesting area, cloud computing. So migrating the data to the cloud, adopting the cloud. So total 80 hours will be live session and 20 hours will be e-learning. That is how the institute has formulated this unique qualification, post-qualification. Now, in this month itself, the institute is going for the inauguration of this important course, and you can see the course content: information security, audit, compliance, cyber security, business application, IT audit in banking sector, IT audit in SAP environment. I have discussed broadly all these areas, plus cloud computing, adopting to the cloud, migrating to the cloud, calculating the financial impact of cloud computing. These will be covered with a weightage of 20%. And the course fees has been kept for qualified CMAs. You can see the course fee. The final level CMA students are encouraged to take up the course. There will be online assessment, which will be in MCQ pattern at the end of the course, and it will be for 2 hours for 100 marks duration, and the participant must get at least 50 marks to qualify, right? So this is the information. And finally, I will, before winding up, I will just say that we have covered very important areas, starting with the professional opportunities for CMAs. Then I talked about the emerging areas where you can identify and you can specialize. Then we have discussed about the corporate expectation. I have talked about details of the exact job description from 3 of the important companies which comes in the campus. That is, we talked about Godrej Infotech, PricewaterhouseCoopers, and I took up another company from the banking sector, Kotak Mahindra Bank. Then we have gone into the group discussion, and then we started detailed discussion on the analysis of the campus in 2017, 18, 19, and the latest information available. Thereafter, we moved into interviews. I talked about the do's and don'ts of interviews, what to ask in the interview, what questions are coming in the interview, and we have analyzed the questions which came from ITC Foods and ITC FMCG segment. Finally, to complete the topic of information systems audit, I have talked about the scope of information systems audit and also shared with you what are the opportunities, what are the professional prospects which are there in the field of information security. And I have discussed about the key highlights of the Cost Institute's DISA program, which is coming up this month. So with this, I will thank all of you for a patient hearing, and I hope that you were able to follow through. You are able to go through the slides, note down the important information, and I have tried to share my experiences wherever possible and make sure that I have tried to cover the areas which was allotted to me within the given timelines. And I wish all of you the very best in your campus, in your professional opportunities, whether you go for the industry or for the practice or go for further research. Choice is yours. There are countless opportunities, and always be proud to be a CMA and make sure that you have a very fulfilling, successful professional career ahead. So with that, I will complete my discussion. Thanks once again and wish you best of success.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful deliberation. As I request you, sir, to kindly stop sharing the video, sir.
Yes.
The PPT.
Just one minute.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, now it's okay, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
That out of your busy schedule, you came in this orientation program and you shared your thoughts. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. I hope everyone was able to see the presentation and also hear. I think audio is fine.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. Thanks to.
So I would like to ask one thing to you, sir. If you can tell us the secret, how you have managed to do all this qualification, means multi qualification, multi-dimensional qualification.
No, it's very. Just
if you can share it to our students.
Well, okay, it's just time management and having a passion for whatever you do, and always follow your heart, I feel. And as a CMA, you can provide so much of support to the profession and also add value to yourself. So always continue to follow your hobbies. I started with my music, with my martial arts and flying, and I never stopped. I'm continuing with all of them. So you have to make sure that you follow your passion and never think of switching off. Always be a going concern. That is my message to all my young friends in this August gathering. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful words.
Thank you. Thank you, madam.
So
Okay.
We are hoping that we will be getting you in future programs also, so that we can have your thoughts and your views, your suggestions for our members and students.
Right. Sure. Thank you. My pleasure.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Bye. Okay.
Now we are having our next session, that is entrepreneurship and agri-entrepreneurship. So the speaker of the next session is CMA Santosh Sharma, sir. I welcome CMA Santosh Sharma, sir, in today's pre-placement orientation program on the topic entrepreneurship and agri-entrepreneurship. So welcome you, sir. Can you hear me, sir? You have to switch on your video and audio. Your video is on. We can see you. You have to switch on your audio also. So I would like to introduce. Yeah, now you're audible. So I would like to introduce you, sir, to our newly qualified CMAs. CMA Santosh Sharma, sir, is a professor, author, entrepreneur, consultant, and TED speaker. He has worked with 5 industry leaders like Maruti, Ernst & Young, ICICI Bank, Kotak Securities and Air India in decision-making capacities. If we see, he has never joined a competitor. He is the author of Dissolve the Box and a visiting faculty to IIM and other leading institutions, and has given talks at Accelerate IIT's ISB. He has adopted 5 villages in Dalma region and has created integrated organic farms for the upliftment of villagers in Dalma, Jharkhand, Jamshedpur. He is a consultant to Fortune 500 companies and Navratnas. A winner of Star Citizen Honor, Alankar Award from Tata Group, Youth Icon Award from the government, Social Entrepreneur of the Year Award by the Eastern Chamber of Commerce. So he believes that he has received all these things because he is a CMA. So I welcome you, sir, in this pre-placement orientation program for the December 2020 newly qualified CMAs. This is a pre-campus orientation program we are doing in order to motivate and enlighten our students to that how to face the interview, how to face the corporates. So over to you, sir. You may start the session.
Very good evening to all of you. Ria, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, sir. You are audible.
And is there a possibility wherein we can interact with the students? So can the students unmute them and can we interact with them?
Sir, actually in the Microsoft Teams, we are having a comment box where the students can give their message, their questions. So at the end of the session, we can spare half an hour time where we can have the question answer session.
So Ria, I would love you to share those questions verbally so that we can address those questions. Okay?
Yes, surely, sir. Surely.
So it's going to be a monologue rather than a dialogue. So let me make it very, very interesting. Guys, I'm sure that you must be having a day-long, session, and you all must be pretty tired by now, to be very honest. But I'll make your next 2 hours really interesting. I will not, make it very boring. I'll try to make it very light, and we'll try to understand something very, very interesting. So today I am going to talk on entrepreneurship with you. So you must be wondering, you have just qualified your CMA, and you are freshly you are a fresh CMA. So why are we talking of entrepreneurship? So many of you must be thinking that you will be joining a big corporate. So around I was told that around 2,500 students have qualified for this CMA. So is it that all of you just need a job, or do you also want to give job to others? So this is a very, very important shift that I would I'm going to make to you today. Don't always be a job seeker. Job seeking a job means you are narrowing yourself down to a level where you believe that you are only capable of doing something very, very limited. I think you should dissolve this mental cage, and you should also think of entrepreneurship. And even if you are joining a company, even if you are joining, say, any company, maybe ITC, maybe, any company for that matter, maybe TCS or maybe Tata Steel, you join, even when you join an organization, don't act as an employee, don't work as an employee, don't think as an employee. Because in the 21st century, we don't need employees. In the 21st century, we need entrepreneurs or intrapreneurs. So what is the job of entrepreneurs and intrapreneurs? So the job of entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs are to think differently. They are here to solve problems. They are here to solve the problems of the customers. They are here to solve the problems of the co-workers. So they are problem solvers. So entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs are problem solvers. They add value wherever they go. They are constructive transformers. So my dear friends, I have used 3 terms. I've used that they are constructive transformers, they are solution providers, and they are positive thinkers, right? So wherever you join a company or you do your own startup, what is very, very important for you is to understand that you need to add value. And unofficially, I should tell you that if you get X as your salary when you're joining a company, then you need to at least give 7X to the company back just to stay in the organization. It's an unwritten rule, but this is somewhat, we've calculated that it comes down to somewhat like this. If you get X, you should pay back 7X to the company. And if you start an organization, you should ensure that you are doing something very interesting for the world. You are solving some very important problem of the world. So let us understand what entrepreneurship is, what intrapreneurship is. The difference between an entrepreneur and entrepreneur is an entrepreneur starts an organization all by himself, and an intrapreneur is working in any organization but behaving like an entrepreneur within that organization. So suppose you join Tata Steel or you join TCS, you're not joining there as an employee only. You may be getting an employee number, but your thought process, your solution process would be that of an entrepreneur within the bounds of that organization. So I hope I have been able to communicate to you what is required in the 21st century. We don't need CMAs who is just doing accounting. For that, artificial intelligence is there. So in few days time, you will see that all the costing, all the accounting, everything is been done by artificial intelligence. We don't need human beings for that. We need human beings to add value. We need human beings to think. We need cost accountants to think. The basic punchline is behind every, constructive decision, there is a role of a CMA, right? So you should be thinking constructively. You should be thinking in a way that you add value. Wherever you go, you add value. So you should not be limiting yourself only as a cost accountant. Now you are a professional. Now, once you are a professional, you should be thinking of adding value. Find out a problem, solve it, add value to that. And it may not only be from the, in the area of finance. You have to use your common sense to solve many problems that are existing. Okay, so let's run through the slide, and it will be something really interesting. We'll try to go through some of the slides. To run through it. Yeah, I think I'm there. So what is the scope of this session? Today, the basic objective is to cultivate an entrepreneurial mindset among the students so that they can create value for the economy. So I want cost accountants, cost and management accountants to create value for the economy, not just add to the cost of the economy. Whenever you join an organization, you should not add to the cost of the company. You should add to the value of the company. So how will you add value? If you're getting X, you should be thinking minimum contribution should be 7X or much more than that. So you should lead an entrepreneurial venture. So for today's session, what I want is that you all should lead an entrepreneurial venture. Maybe you join a company as of now. You see, when I cleared my cost accountancy, I joined a company. I joined Maruti Udyog. And after joining Maruti Udyog, I was there for around 6 months. And immediately after joining for 6 months, I joined Ernst & Young. And then I was there for 3 years looking after mergers, acquisitions and disinvestment. Then I joined ICICI Bank, then Kotak, then Air India. And now I'm doing a lot of entrepreneurship. I'm nurturing more than 120 entrepreneurs. I've written 2 books. And I usually call myself a cultivator. Why I call myself a cultivator? It is because when I work on ground, I grow organic crops. When I work with people, I grow meaningful strategies for them. I grow constructive thoughts, emotions, and actions. And when I work for organizations, I grow meaningful strategies for them. So I consider myself as a cultivator. So I am here to share my experience with you and take you through the experience of being an entrepreneur. So I joined a company, but after joining a company, I thought of starting my own organic farm, integrated farm, right? So you may join a company as of now, or you may start a new company right now. So if you join a company, you should always be thinking, what are the areas where I can contribute? In which area should I start a new business? In which area I should solve the problem of the people, of the customers? So today we'll try to understand how you will lead an entrepreneurial venture. Then I would also help you to generate more employment. So I would like to make a shift that you should not always be a job seeker. Be a job giver also. Provide jobs to others. So when you become an entrepreneur, you don't just are looking for a job, but you are there to provide jobs to the others. Create solutions to the existing problem or aspirations of the society. How you become an entrepreneur? You can become an entrepreneur only when you understand, only when you can listen what the public is wanting, what is the demand, how you can create some products or services which the people are wanting. I call it the pain areas. So how do you address the pain areas of the organization? How do you understand, how do you address the pain areas of the customers? And not just the pain areas. You can also create demand, generate demand to address the aspirations of the society. Now you see Apple. There was always a phone, right? There was always a Walkman. Now, what Apple did, Steve Jobs and his entire, they realized that okay, people are having music system, people are having phones, but they created a product. They created iPads, iPods, because they also understood that people are aspiring to grow from here, aspiring to go beyond this. So they created products that fit into the aspirations of the people. That was not the pain area. That was not a pain area. But they went beyond the pain area and they tried to understand the aspirations of the people, and they created products. They generated a demand. The demand was not there. They generated the demand for an iPad or an iPod. And therefore they could command huge premium for their products. And then I would also share that you should have an intrapreneurial skills. As I told you, the difference between an entrepreneur and intrapreneur is an entrepreneur has started a company on his own, and an intrapreneur thinks like an entrepreneur, but within the frame of the existing companies where you join. So even when you join, you should not join with the mindset of an employee. एक employee के mindset से if you join, then you won't be able to grow, you won't be able to be happy. You should join any company from the platform of an entrepreneur. You should think like an entrepreneur, you should work like an entrepreneur, you should contribute like an entrepreneur. Then only you will be able to really make meaning of your life. As a CMA, you should not limit yourself to finance and cost. You should think like entrepreneur. You should think on various parameters or various variables that are participating in your organization, and you should try to add value to each of them. That will give you that leadership skills. We need leaders. CMAs should be leaders. They should not be restricting themselves only to the cost and finance areas. Okay. So the plan for the entrepreneurship session today, we are going to have 4 sessions. We'll introduce to the world of entrepreneurship. We'll navigate the different challenging ecosystems that are there. We'll show you how to start up, and then how do you build a legacy, right? But before you start up, before we go for the entire session, let's understand why entrepreneurship is needed. Do you feel that there's a scarcity of jobs? I'm sure many of you must be feeling the pressure that even after clearing your CMA, there is always a scarcity of job. So there is, India is a country with 130 crore population. So do you think that the government will give jobs to everyone, or do you think there's any course that can give job to everyone? No. I think we should create jobs. As CMAs, you should create jobs, and don't tell me that you don't have money. You just have an idea. Rest the investors will take care. If you have a powerful idea and you have an execution plan in place and you have a team in place, I assure you that you won't have shortage of funds. People face shortage of funds only when the idea is not inspiring, the idea is not that great, or the team is not that great, or they don't have an execution plan in place. Only then you have a problem of funds. But if the first three things are there, if the idea is there, if the team is there, and if the execution plan is there, the prototype is there, then you won't have problem of funds. The government is also working to ensure that there is enough funds for new entrepreneurs. But I tell you again, the first three things have to be in place to have the funds in place. We are not ready with the first three things. Therefore, we don't have funds. People are willing to invest in good projects, but they don't have good projects. So why entrepreneurship is needed? It is to address the unemployment problem. It is to promote growth. It is to solve pain areas. It is to address the aspirations and to create a legacy for the future. So this is why we want more and more entrepreneurs. And if you see any developed country, all developed countries have a lot of entrepreneurs. And we also want that India is in the, from a developing stage, it is moving to a developed stage. So it is the entrepreneurs who will bring about this shift. It is the entrepreneurs who will bridge this gap. So what is entrepreneurship? So let me give you 4 important points here. You have to identify the gap that is existing. Kya pain area hai? What is the customers demanding? What is the want? What is the latent want of the customers? What are the aspirations of the customers? If you see the pain areas, now if you see, you were first going to a bank to do all the banking transactions. But now with fintech companies like Paytm, like Google Pay, you see, you don't have to go to the bank, you do the transactions so easily. So you have addressed the pain areas. So the fintech companies, by fintech means the finance companies combined with technology, is known as fintech, right? So fintech companies have addressed this problem. You don't need to go to the bank. You can do great transactions sitting on in your room with your mobile. So that pain of going to the bank and transacting, that has gone. But look at some aspirations. We had petrol. Now petrol was a pain area because petrol is a fossil fuel which would not be there, which is not in abundant quantity for everyone to use. So now you see Tesla has come up with electric cars. So this is another pain area that the companies are wanting to address. But you look at aspirations. Now, many countries are eyeing for space research because we believe that in 40 years down the line, people will live in planets other than Earth. So there is a belief that people may start living in Mars. People may start living in Moon. So that is the aspiration. So many companies are coming around space. And it is not that since you are a finance guy, you should not have interest in science. No. I have great interest in science, and anyone who has done good, he should not be closed to any idea. You should be open to all scientific ideas. You should be open to all financial ideas. You should be open to all people ideas, because only then you will be a complete man. Only then you will be ready for entrepreneurship. If you limit yourself only to finance and cost, then you're not using common sense. Then what is going to happen is you are trying to limit yourself. So for an entrepreneur, you should not limit yourself. You should learn everything under the sun and understand what is the demand for the people. Because once you are able to understand the demand of the people, once you are able to listen to the demand of the people, only then you will be able to design a product or a service around it. आप देखो टेस्ला किस तरह से it is coming up with electric cars. Now there are a lot of entrepreneurs in space. There is a lot of entrepreneurs who are doing a lot of new things, who are catering to the aspirations of the people. Now it is not just you should identify the demand of the people, you should also create it. There are many people who are creating a demand. Now you see there is a demand for space tourism. Many people are wanting to go to space. The ultra rich are wanting to go to the space to have a tour. So many companies are coming around it. And I think as an entrepreneur, as a freshly qualified CMA, it is very important for you, and you learn a lot if you get a chance to join a startup. Don't always join a established organization. Once you join a startup, you have a chance to grow faster. And once you join a startup, you should not join as an employee, you should join as an intrapreneur. So then what will happen? You have a chance to contribute, and then you grow up as a CFO or a CEO of that organization. So always I would love people. Some of them you may be looking at the big organizations, established organizations, but many of you should look at startups. If you don't want to start on your own, look for startups. Start contributing from the scratch, right? And if you have a plan, if you have the execution strategy in place, then you should go for an entrepreneurship right from now. Now, filling the gap in a manner which is better than others. So what does the entrepreneurs do? They identify the gap and they fill it. They fill that gap with their products or services in a manner which is better than that of the competitors, which is better than what is existing as of now. Only then you are actually going to contribute to the world, right? If you are doing it in a similar way, then your competition will eat you up. You have to do it better. This better is called as is something that you need to do to the existing problems. And if you're joining a company also, you should participate in understanding that how I can make this company solve the problem better than the existing competition or from what they were doing as of now. That is where a CMA is required. That is actually the expectation from a CMA. It is not just to go and do the accounting. That will be done by machines now. That can be done by a graduate, and now the machines are going to take over all the repetitive work. So a CMA should only be involved in doing constructive, creative work. And then you need to create a huge lasting impact. An entrepreneur is not just about making money. No. Many people believe that an entrepreneur is only about making money. No, it is about solving a problem. Money is an after effect. Money is a byproduct of your actual, effort that you have put in. Your actual goal should be to solve a problem that the society is experiencing. You are born not just out as a money-making machine. You are born for a purpose, and that purpose is to solve a problem of the society. And in return of what you are doing, in return of your karma, you are being paid. You get money in return of it. So the focus should be not on making money, but the focus should be on creating a huge lasting impact with your products or with your solutions. Okay, so let's move to the next slide. Who is a successful entrepreneur? You see any entrepreneur, you see Bill Gates, you see you see the the Mittals, you see Reliance, Mukesh Ambani, anyone, or you see Binny Bansal of Flipkart, you see Mr. Sharma of Paytm. So all these people, all these successful entrepreneurs have something in common. What they do, they are able to foresee the evolution in demand gap. Matlab demand gap, how the gap is changing. There's always a demand, but this demand is not constant. This demand is keeping on changing. So with the change in the demand, these successful entrepreneurs, they keep evolving themselves. So if you join a company, you should understand how the demand is changing so that you lead that company to bring about a change. or if you are starting an entrepreneurship, then you should understand that how the demand is changing, and you should help yourself and your team to address that change in the demand. So you should be a good observer. You should listen very carefully. You should listen to the customers outsider. You should not say, "Arey, main to finance mein kar raha hu, main thodi jo marketing mein hu." No. If you have to exist, you have to market also. Because if you're not marketing, then you are not understanding, you are not contributing to the world. You have to market yourself. You have to market your ideas. You have to market, the products that your company is producing. You should not be only a finance guy who's sitting in a corner doing debits and credits. No, you need to go beyond debits and credits. You need to solve the problems. You need to understand how the product is being received by the customers. So all the successful people, all the successful entrepreneurs, if you see around, whether it is Tata's or whether it is Reliance or whether it is, Airtel or whether it is in any sector, they are able to foresee the evolution. They are able to see deeper. They are able to see wider, and they are able to see faster than the others. And this quality is required, where you are able to see deeper, wider, and faster than others. Only then you will be able to foresee the evolution in the demand gap. You can continuously fill up this gap in a way which is better than the others. This demand has to be filled up better than the others, better than the competition. And who can understand this? Only one who listens to the customer. And why are you doing it? For an increasingly bigger and lasting impact. Your solution should have a bigger and a lasting impact. It should have a huge impact. If the impact is small, then your company will be wiped off. Suppose you have a very good idea and you have only 5 customers. Now those 5 customers will afford it, but what after that? So it should touch the lives of many people. At least a critical mass of people it should touch, because if it is not touching a critical mass of people, then your company will not exist or your idea will not last long. It is not just the product or service, but the continuously creating customer delight. So it is not just the product or the service that you are giving, but what delight it is creating on the customer. You should be understanding that. And both as an entrepreneur and as an entrepreneur, you should be thinking about it. You should not have the mindset that अरे मेरा क्या काम है, वो तो marketing का काम है, वो तो finance का काम नहीं. No, you should not be like that. And your communication has to improve. You need to act as a leader. You are a CMA. You are a cost and a management accountant. You see, what is the difference between a CMA and an MBA? Do you know? MBAs are generalists. They take over everything. They are great communicators. They present things really well. So you need to understand how to do this. And I can help you out. I'm doing that for so many people. I'm teaching at the IIMs. I'm teaching at XLRI. I'm teaching at ISB. So I'm doing that with many of the students at MBA, but I find that my own alma mater, my own colleagues who are my juniors in CMA, they are not able to express themselves. They are not able to talk. They are not able to communicate. They are not able to build a team. They are not able to, communicate to the outsiders. You need to do that, and I can help you out. Please come to me. I'll be more than happy to help you out. And all these should be done for a critically large mass of people. I'm telling you, we need to create an impact. And before we move further, let me take a very simple idea of the business models. If you see any business model that is existing, I'll ask you, with this class, what you will be able to do is, you will be able to understand the business models that are existing as of now very, very easily. Number one. Number two, what will happen after this, after this 2-hour session is, you will be in a position to make your own business models. I assure you that you will be able to do it. And I have been taking this class for all the best colleges in the country. Now, I tell you, what is the basic business model? Basic business model is, there is a raw material. The raw material goes for production. After the production of the product is there, then there is a supply chain which takes the product to different places. And then there is distribution to the wholesalers or retailers or to the the various showrooms and all. And then there is a market, and then there is a marketing and sales strategy, and then there is a finance and finance strategy, and then there is people. So basically, if you see in any business, you have these 8 basic, variables that are there. Now, if you see what an entrepreneur does, he rearranges these variables. ये variables को उन लोग rearrange कर देते हैं. And for each variable, suppose raw material, suppose initially iron was used. Now instead of iron, plastic is being used, or some other carbon is being used. You see, with this change, they are just playing permutation and combination of these 8 things. If you just rearrange them or try to change each things, like production, maybe earlier the production was done not automatically, but it was being done with human labor. Then automatic machines came in, the CNC lathe machines came in. Now if you see, most of the things are being done by cobots or robots. So that is the future. So cobots and robots. We are in industry 4.0. Now from 4.0, many of us are moving to industry 5.0. So this 5.0 is going to be done because of the introduction of many robots. Then if you see the supply chain, many of the companies, they are just changing the supply chain. I tell you, I give you examples. You see, earlier you used to go and buy grocery from your from the shop nearby. You used to go and you used to buy, you used to eat any delicacies in a hotel. So you used to go. Now what is happening with companies like Swiggy, with companies like Zomato? You are not going there. So what has happened? The distribution and the market has changed. The marketing style has changed. First, we used to have people who used to go to the market, who used to sell products. But now if you see, most of the marketing is done online. So the marketing and sales, the strategy has changed, and you get a new business model. Finance, you see how finance now, people are using finance as a marketing tool also. If you see the case of Tata, Tata has made a new battery car, Tata Tigor. Now Tata Tigor, the cost is around 16 lakhs. Now, in order to reduce the burden on the customers, what it has done is, you don't need to take an EMI from bank, you don't need to take a loan from bank to buy a Tigor. What you can do is, you can buy Tigor on rent. So you give 20,000 rent per month and you can take a Tigor. So you see how finance has become a marketing tool for Tata. So what I'm trying to say is that these 8 variables are the main variables. Now you need to rearrange these variables, number 1, to create a new business model, or within each variable you need to bring about a change. Just like raw materials, I told that instead of iron, now you're using carbon, or you're using plastic. So similarly, if you see, you just rearrange all these things, you do the permutation and combination among and between them, and you get new business models. If you see any business model, they are revolving around this only. If you see the banking model, first the customer used to go to the bank, but now everything is available on the mobile. So you see the marketing and the market has changed. Where the market is, the market has become the mobile has become the market. Initially there were bazaars, there were haats. From the haats, you had the malls. Now from the malls, now the mobiles are acting as your market. So you see, you are getting all the Flipkart, the Amazons, all of them, you are buying things online. So what is happening is, you should understand that if you are able to understand these 8 main variables, and each variable you can rearrange, and among the 8 also, if you can rearrange, you will be getting a new business model. You see, you were going through a kirana store to buy your daily food products like chawal, dal and all. Now what has happened, you can buy it online from Flipkart, you can buy online from from Big Basket, you can buy it online from many other places. So the model changed. So from going to the shop, it all happened through a mobile. Now when the guys like Big Basket, they are operating at a bigger level. So what Reliance did, Reliance is wanting to arm all the small shopkeepers with their gadgets, with their applications, so that the cost of distribution of big basket is reduced, and Reliance can empower each and every small shopkeeper with a app, so that the demand can be addressed by that shopkeeper himself. And instead of employing people, Reliance will give a commission to the shopkeepers. So what has happened is Reliance is creating a new model wherein the old shopkeepers, they will have a mobile and they will create the demand. From that mobile they'll get the demand and they'll be able to supply it. So it becomes a different business model for Reliance. Now what is happening, there's another business model that is coming, just like Amway and network marketing. What is happening is there are many people, there is a new company in UP who has come up with a different model, wherein what they're doing is that they know that they are picking up some housewives who are in need of making some money. So what they're doing is they're giving an app to that housewife, so, and that housewife knows around 10 families. So she becomes the team lead, and she takes charge of these 10 families. Whatever they need, roti, chawal, atta, everything, this lady would be supplying to them, and this lady will make a commission out of this entire thing. So you see, it's a different business model again. So what I'm trying to say is, an entrepreneurship is, you need a good idea, there is no doubt about it. But if you see those great ideas, if you understand these 8 things: raw material, production, supply chain, distribution, marketing and sales, finance and people, and if you are able to work with them in a different way, if you're just trying to rearrange them, और या आप raw material के अंदर जितने भी चीज है उसको आप change कर दोगे, so you get a new business, you come up with a new idea. So this is what is business all about. This is what is entrepreneurship all about. You need to understand the demand of the people and you need to bring about a change, rearrange this. हो सकता है supply chain आगे हो जाए, पीछे हो जाए, distribution. Now you see the earlier what used to happen, once the fast moving consumer goods FMCG companies used to produce, after that it used to be sent to different locations. Like suppose HLL produced many of the things in Maharashtra. So from Maharashtra, they send it to Calcutta or to Delhi or to different places. Now each city had a wholesaler, and then there was a retailer, and then the customer used to purchase it from the retailer. Now the distribution pattern is changing. And if you change the distribution pattern, you get a new business model. So this is what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is, now if you understand that, these are the 8 basic things, around it only people are playing and they are creating new business models, so you'll be able to understand. Now what Flipkart did, jitne bhi chote stores the, what it did was, who was selling mobile, now it aggregated the entire thing. What is an aggregator model? Aggregator model is, it is a sum of all the small transactions that used to take place. Now Flipkart has become a big dealer. Now it is selling mobile phones, it is selling dresses to different places, to different people. And what it has done, it has created a platform on the mobile where you can create a demand by online booking it. And once you have booked it online, what happens? They are able to deliver it to your home. So this is a new business model, and it is an aggregator model. What OYO does, jitne bhi hotel rooms hai, they have taken it on them. Now, wherever you need to go, if for a tour, you go to your mobile, book a room, and OYO is there. OYO will help you out with that room, and you can take a room from OYO. So what these guys are doing, these guys are aggregating small demands, and many small demands are getting aggregated, and then a big company is formed. If you see Ola and Uber, what they have done, again an aggregator model. All the small, you suppose you have to go from point A to point B. So you used to take a taxi. Now rather than taking a taxi, you have an app. You go to that app, you fix up that you need to go from A to B, and you get a driver at your spot, and you pick that, and the driver picks you up and he drops you from A to B. So these are the new business models. So what is happening is these 8 things remain the same. It's just a change in few of them or a removal of few of them. You see the distribution pattern is becoming slimmer, trimmer. So that what is happening is once the slimmer and trimmer distribution model is there, what is happening is you don't have many levels, so not many commission is being paid. So all these commission saved is given as discount, right, to the customer. So the process is becoming more and more efficient. I mean, I think all the if you see in all the 8 things, each variable is becoming smarter. Each variable is becoming leaner. Each variable is trying to become more intelligent, so that the ultimate product is catching the attention of the customer, is benefiting the customer. And that is the basic understanding of entrepreneurs. You see, entrepreneurs build these models. So now you will also be, if you see the case of Airtel, what Airtel did and what happened in the in the telephone business. Once the telephone industry opened up, there were many companies which came up. All the companies, we call it mushrooming of companies. When many companies start coming in a new industry, what happens after that? The inefficient companies start making losses. The efficient companies, they start winning. And then what happens? Either the inefficient companies, either they wind up or they merge with other companies because they are making losses. So what happens? Consolidation takes place. And once the consolidation takes place, the companies, only 4 or 5 companies or 3 or 4 companies which are good, which are efficient, they stay in the market. Rest all the players, they vanish. You see, the same thing happened in the telephone business, where there was Aircel, there was Tata Telecom, and all those things. They've all gone. They've all merged. And if you see Idea and these guys, they merged it. Vodafone, they merged it to become a big company because the competition is there, right? So what I'm trying to say is that as a cost accountant, as a professional, you should understand that the different business models that are existing as of now, and you should also be able to create new business models, because you are a management accountant, right? You are going to add value in whichever role you are playing. And mind you, you should simply not restrict yourself to finance, my dear friends. Don't be a frog in a well. You have to use your common sense. You have to understand what is the requirement of the customer, and you need to play a role there. I don't care about your designations. You should not care about your designations. What you should be care is, if you are able to add value, you'll be able to add value to all the designations also. So behave like a leader. Be a leader. Take people along you, and you cannot go all along. You have to take people along with you. You need to be humble. You need to be, in order to be an entrepreneur, you need to understand that you need to do everything. You need to know everything. And then what you do is that you give people their roles, their responsibilities, win them, inspire them, take them along. You cannot achieve anything big by going alone. You need to carry a team along with you. And once you carry a team along with you, you will succeed better. Akele nahi hoga. So you should be a team man. You should understand how you should be a team man, how you can be a team man. You can be a team man only when you understand your team members better. Only when you are fair to them, you are not biased, you behave properly with them. So you cannot say that, अरे ये एक finance के बंदे को ये सब क्यों करना जरूरी? अरे you need to run a team. So, and a team is made up of people. So people are very, very important. So you see these different variables, these 8 variables that I'm talking of, each variable can become more smart. You can rearrange them and you can create new models. So my expectation from after discussion is that you should see the different startups, different, the good companies that are around you, understand their business models. And then you create something on your own. And then you'll get an idea how to start. You see, earlier, the voice data was important. Now instead of voice, It is the, the point is that now people are moving outside the voice, and they're trying to address the data, the data that is important for the world. So what is happening is Jio came up with that idea. Now, if you see, Airtel is also coming up with that idea. You see, earlier you used to see VCR, there was VCP. I don't know how many of you are aware of it, but when we were young, we used to see a VCR and a VP and a VCP. Then came television. Then you started seeing things on mobile, on your laptop, and now you see everything on mobile. Even entertainment, you are seeing Netflix, you are seeing everything, Amazon Prime on your mobile. So this is a new business model. Now I would also explain to you. You see IPL every time, right? IPL was only a sport. You see how it got converted into a business model. IPL was, the sports was merged with entertainment, with some celebrity, with some dance, with some music, and a new model got created. And Lalit Modi created a new model out of sport. And seeing IPL, you see now you have the soccer league also, you have the kabaddi league also. So this is how new things are created. You see, the models are same. The raw material was same. The raw material was cricket. The raw material was entertainment. Now, how they matched it, the production was in a different way. They supplied it in a different way. They made it a 20 over format. The product became more interesting. The product became, more exciting. The distribution was different. You can see it on your phone. You can go and you can see it in the stadium. Even in the time when Corona is there, you see, you can even when the stadium is empty, you can watch IPL on your phone. The market, they have targeted the young people. The marketing and sales, that music that they have, the jingle that they have created, the way they are doing their advertisement, you see how they're doing it. And the finance was very interesting. You see how players are bought, and you got different players from different world. You're buying players and you are creating a new model. And of course, the entire team, the people, the coach, the players, all they are creating a new product. So what I'm trying to say is the business models, you should observe the different business models, and you should be in a position to create your own business models. And I can help you out in this. I can help you all to move to the next level. And once you understand this, your interview and everything, you'll be able to handle it much better. And now you should understand what a blue ocean is. See, the red ocean is whenever the market is getting very, very competitive. Like if you see the case of the telecom. As I told you, there were many players. There were around 10 players that were existing in India. And now if you see, there are only 3 players. So when 10 players came to the market, the only thing they used to do is they used to cut down on the cost. The price used to be lower. They used to give discounts. And the moment the discount was over, people used to switch to another player. So red ocean was that. Now blue ocean, what happened? Jio came with a new idea. It gave a 3 months free to everyone. And once a 3 months was given, many of the people, they jumped to Jio, and now Jio started ruling, and now they are slowly increasing the price. So blue ocean is where you create a new market. What happened to Maruti? You see, the existing car company, the existing car market is full of competition. Now electric became the blue ocean, where you create a new market with electric, the electric bikes, the electric cars, the new market is created. Similarly, you should be looking at new variables which the customers really respect, which the customers really want. And once you are able to identify that, you give that variable, you give that product, you design a product accordingly, and you give it to the customer, and you run ahead of the competition. So what I would always suggest is move ahead from red ocean to blue ocean. You should beat competition. I mean, in red ocean, you are fighting a competition. You are you are trying to create more demand. You are trying to trade off with value. But when you are in blue ocean, you make the competition itself irrelevant. Because when you are making a new thing, there is no competition. By the time people start copying and by the time they start competing with you, you move to the next level. So always you should be ahead of the market. ahead of the market, and you should be able to listen to what the customers want. You should be able to listen to what the market wants. Either as an entrepreneur or as an employer, never as an employee. As an employee, you do not see this. As an employee, what you are bothered about is, as an employee, payment aa gaya, that is more than enough. Now, this is not going to work. This mentality is not going to work, my dear friends. This is the 21st century. Pehle aisa hota tha. Now it is not possible like this. You need to contribute. You need to add value. If you are not going to add value, you will be valueless. You will be thrown out. So that is what is important. You've heard of this, the Porter's 5 forces model. Now you see, you need, as an entrepreneur, you need to understand this, and it is very, very important. There is rivalry in the industry. There is bargaining from the suppliers. There is bargaining power from the buyers. There is threat from new entrants. There is threat from substitutes. You see, the substitutes have come. First, there was a competition in the car market. There was a competition in the bike market. Hero, Honda, Yamaha, TVS. All these were competing. In car, there was Tata, there was Maruti, there was Hyundai, and so many companies. Now what they did, now a blue ocean is getting created. People are trying to move to the electric thing. So there is a threat from the substitutes. And not only, people are now also, buying a lot of cycle. So many people who are very rich, who are not going to, going to the offices, now they are preferring to ride cycles. So there is a threat from, there's also substitute from, and people are substituting, there are many things that have immediately got substituted. Now you see, bank is getting substituted by online. Now the actual currency is getting substituted by cryptocurrency. Many people are using cryptocurrency, so there is a threat from substitute also. Iron is being substituted by a different thing altogether. Petrol is being substituted by electric bikes. Threat of new entrants. If the substitutes are not there, new entrants are coming. They are trying to eat away your business. The bargaining power of buyers. The buyers are going to, you get together and they'll try to bargain if you're not adding any value to them. And there'll be bargaining from suppliers also. If the suppliers are getting stronger and stronger, and if you are and if you don't create a good life for suppliers also, then the suppliers are also not going to support to you. So what I'm trying to say is, as an entrepreneur, you should always move towards new areas, and we call this strategy the blue ocean strategy. And what you should do is, you should always keep dissolving your mental cages. I call it the dissolve the box. Therefore, my new book, the book that I have written, is called Dissolve the Box. By dissolve the box, I mean the mental cage we are in. And by dissolving the box, what I mean is dissolving the mental cage. So my dear friends, it is very, very important that each one of you should dissolve your mental cages of being a finance guy now. You should start contributing to areas. You should identify areas where you can, you bring about a value addition, and you should start contributing and adding those values. It is very, very important. If you see any business that is starting, any business around you, and with the technology getting in, if you see, everything is getting automated, everything is getting, synchronized. So fewer people are being required, and new areas will come up. It's not that the technology will eat away all your jobs. No, I feel with new technology, you need new skills. As a cost accountant, all of you should understand what is data and how do you do data analytics, because you'll be dealing with a lot of data in organizations. So, and with your data analytics, you should be adding value. If you think that, being a cost accountant, your skill is over. No, my dear friends, you're not skilled enough to join the 21st century companies. You need to keep adding skills to yourself. Keep adding skills to yourself. And you need to keep dissolving your mental cages, come up with new skills, add new skills. So I think, as a cost accountant, even when you're working in any organization, data analytics is something which you should be aware of. So these are some of the things that, as a young guy who has cleared their cost and management accountancy, I think you should be adding newer skills to yourself. You should be tech savvy. You should be absolutely understanding how the the information technology in your organization is operating. If you're not, then you'll be outdated. So these are few of the things that you see. The case of Tata Steel, when India was not independent, when India was under the British rule, Tata gave the slogan that we need to make steel. We need to make a steel which is India made. And you see how that dream became such a big organization. So your vision has to be very clear. You need to be having a very clear, and you need to be honest to yourself. An entrepreneur has to be honest to himself. Because if you're not honest to yourself, you won't be able to inspire people. You won't be able to inspire your team. You won't be able to, and there should be a lot of energy. There should be a lot of junoon. There should be a lot of passion. Agar ye passion or junoon nahi hoga, you won't be able to do entrepreneurship. And you see that dream of Tata has become such a big organization today. It is involved in everything from salt to aeroplane. Everything it is into. That is the beauty of dreams. So dreams, you should not dream only when you are asleep. You should dream when you are awake. And you should make these dreams come true. And you should dream big. You should not dream small. When you dream big and you get the people along who can help you out in getting this dream achieved, in achieving this dream, you should plan a process how we can achieve this dream. So never dream small. That is what I'm trying to say. You see how the IPL dream has evolved, and it has become such a big hit. Similarly, I started Mama Organic Farms when I wrote a book. When I wrote my book, Dr. Abdul Kalam was pretty impressed with the entire idea. Dr. Abdul Kalam was pretty impressed by the idea, and he called me at his residence. So I went to his residence, and he was pretty impressed with the idea of the Dissolve the Box, the book that I have written. So what happened is that, we were discussing how we can bring about a change in the life of the people, how we can change the life of the youth, because the youth is depressed, the youth is not having a direction. So how do we do that? So I decided, that day that I will be building a lot of smart farms for every smart city. For every smart city, we need to create smart farms. So we built the first smart farm in Jamshedpur. I was born and brought up in Jamshedpur. So after meeting Dr. Abdul Kalam, I came down to Jamshedpur, and I identified what should we do with the people in and around Jamshedpur. So there are a lot of Adivasis, and it's all jungle around Jamshedpur. So what we did, we identified that if we do organic farming, then probably we will be able to engage a lot of rural youth. So we engaged a lot of rural youth. Today we are trying to we have a direct employment of more than 105 employees, and we are directly impacting more than 500 people on a daily basis. So this is what we have done as an entrepreneur. And I am nurturing 120 such farms across the country, right from Jammu Kashmir to Kanyakumari, right from Rajasthan to Assam. So more than 120 entrepreneurs I am trying to build around it. And I'm trying to make them self-sufficient, so that what happens, every smart farm has a smart city. And what we do is we engage a lot of female in our organization. And we give a half a liter of milk to the female, so that their kids are not malnourished, but they drink milk. So we have an organic farm where we have 100 cows. We produce 1,000 liters of milk. We produce fruits. We produce grains. We produce, and we are also into Mitti resorts. We are having Mitti resorts, which also encourages a lot of tourism, biotourism, ecotourism, agri-tourism. And apart from this, I also take a lot of sessions of the top guys. I take classes for Tata, the higher management of Tata Steel, SAIL, TCS, and many other organizations, ONGC, HPCL, and many other organizations like Air India and many other organizations. So this is what we are doing on a daily basis. So what we can do is that each one of you can also think, and how we have changed. We instead of giving milk in plastic bottles, we give milk in in glass bottles, and instead of inorganic milk, we produce everything organic. So if you see those 8 parameters, the 8 variables, I have worked also on these 8 variables only. In raw materials, I have used organic rather than inorganic. Production, we are doing it in an organic way. Supply chain, we have changed the packaging. We are not giving organic milk in pouches. We are giving it in glass bottles, and we are having the best of vegetables, the best of fruits. And apart from that, many schools come to do their projects in our farms. Many people, they stay in our farms. They enjoy the Mitti resorts. It is surrounded by hills all around. So what they do is that we teach leadership programs there. We have a lot of dissolve the box programs there. We have the entrepreneurship programs there. So people come to our farm and they enjoy in the midst of nature. They enjoy all this learning, and we do a lot of trainings, the leadership trainings, the design thinking trainings, and all those things in our farm. So what we have done is, and every person employed in that farm is from the villages around. So what we have done is, we have channelized the energies of the youth. So if with every city, if we are able to channelize the energies of the youth who are living in the villages, I think we are doing a wonderful job. So that is the plan, and this plan is now getting multiplied to different cities, to different to different areas. So life is too short to be working for someone else's dream. I would request each one of you to dream. First, join a company, not an issue. You join a company, because if you don't join a company, you won't have the you won't have the funds for it. So join a company, start earning, start observing things, and then you can start your own organization. You should always think about it. Now I'll give you some of the facts of entrepreneurship. 11% of the adult population in India is engaged in early entrepreneurship. 5% only go to establish their own business. Entrepreneurship is living a few years of your life like most people won't, so that you can spend the rest of their life like most people can't. I tell you, entrepreneurship बोलने में बहुत अच्छा लगता है, but it is a very tough and a very challenging and but a very adventurous thing. If you have that passion in you, if you have that Josh, Junoon in you, Josh and Hosh is required to do entrepreneurship. And I tell you, once you start, dreaming and then chasing that dream, making it real, I think, you have a different life altogether. Altogether, you have a different life. I'll take you to this. This is a very interesting thing. You plan like this in entrepreneurship, but actually the reality is what happens in the second half of the diagram. So entrepreneurship looks like very good. It looks very simple, but it is very, very challenging. But if you love to take challenges and if you love to take calculated risks, if you are passionate about your dream, then I think there is nothing better than doing entrepreneurship. Nothing better. If you need a life like the first half of the diagram, then you should join a company and behave like an entrepreneur. And if you want to be adventurous, then you should go to the second half. And if you see you are driving, then there's a huge pit. Then you move up, and then there is a sea. You sail through it. Again, you have to climb. Again, you have to jump all the hurdles. Then there's a rainy day, and then you again climb the ladder, and it's then that you become successful. So it all depends how you want to take your life. I tell you that it has its own challenges, but it has its own charm also. I am thoroughly enjoying. I was an employee. I've seen both sides. I'm seeing both sides as an employee, as an entrepreneur. I love being an entrepreneur, and I assure you that you'll also love doing it if you really have a dream and if you really cherish and if you are ready to take those calculated risks, right? So this is something I would love to you all to do. Entrepreneurship is about being able to face failure, manage failure, and success after failing. So whenever you are down, whenever there's a failure, whether as an individual, anytime as an individual, suppose you go to give interviews and you're not able to clear that interview. Suppose you should not give up. You should manage that failure. You should learn from that. I mean, you should never fail. I would say failure should be out from your dictionary. Every entrepreneur, they have gone through all the tough things. Any successful person, forget about an entrepreneur. Any person who is successful in life, we people, we read only the best story of that, but if we don't see what pain they have gone through, whether it is Shah Rukh Khan, whether it is Amitabh Bachchan was not selected as an entrepreneur, as an actor. His voice was very heavy, he was very tall, and he was rejected by All India Radio. But you see, today people love him because of his voice and because of his, the personality. Shah Rukh Khan, he used to sleep on railway stations. Steve Jobs, he used to stay in his friend's room and he used to sell Coke bottles. So everyone has passed through all the tough time. ऐसा नहीं है कि entrepreneur में, I mean, everyone who has, everyone who has succeeded, if you see their story, their life story, they have gone through really challenging things. Anyone, whether you see Mukesh, you see Dhirubhai Ambani, he used to sell petrol at he used to sell petrol at a petrol station, and from there he is now owner of so many oil wells. So you need to have the dreams. People were selling petrol along with him, but you see where Dhirubhai Ambani has taken his entire company and where the rest of the people are. So it depends how you receive, how you process, and how you respond to a situation. And believe me, failure should be out from your dictionary. You either win or you learn. You should not fail. People who take failure, the society is not matured enough to respect failures. But I tell you, my dear friends, you should either dream or you should learn. There should be no failure in your dictionary. Whenever you fail, you learn from it. And once you learn from it, you're not failing. You become a learner. Right? So you should always be in that learning mode. You should always be in that, in that creative mode, in that you should always be a positive transformer. Jiske saath bhi aap jao, wherever you come in contact to any person, spread smiles to that person. Whenever you come in contact with any problem, give a solution to that. Don't be a part of the problem. So this is what makes entrepreneurs. You have to have that passion in you. You need to have that creativity in you. So what I'm trying to say is that think, learn, spread smiles. Whenever you are with people, don't spread hate, don't spread, jealousy, don't spread all those negative emotions. Spread smiles. That makes you a leader. Spread satisfaction, spread confidence in you. Whenever you are, so I tell you that you have to act as a constructive transformer. You should not act as a destructive transformer. Destructive transformer kya hota hai? Whenever people or problems come to them, they don't solve it, they create more problems. But a constructive person, a constructive transformer is whenever there is a problem, whenever there is a person, it converts them constructively and creates a solution out of it. So that is what we are interested in. That is what we should be doing. That is what is life. Right? So as an entrepreneur, you should understand this, and as an entrepreneur, you should be working on this, right? Yeah, this is a very important point. The critical period, whenever you start a business, the first 1,000 days are going to be really tough. Why 1,000 days? Because in 3 years' time, you see the complete cycle of that idea. So what is seen is that if you are able to cross the first 1,000 days of your business and you have been able to, overcome all the obstacles, then the likelihood of being a successful entrepreneur is very high. If you keep on improving it, right? But what happens is more than 95% of the people fail during the first 1,000 days only. Matlab kya hai ki whenever a person starts an entrepreneurship, it is seen that in the first 1,000 days only a person gives up. The team gives up. So what is important is you should not give up. You should try to find out new solutions. You should try to adjust to the plan so that you are able to serve better. And once those 1,000 days are passed, once you cross those 1,000 days, you will be able to understand the ups and downs of your business, and then you will be able to handle that ups and downs in a much more matured and experienced manner. Okay. So, but nowadays experience se zyada important is your openness to learn. You should be open to learn. You should keep on learning. That is very important. Skills are important. So you should join, you should always try to get more and more skills, especially, with relation to data, with relations to finance, with relations to marketing. And I tell you, every time a successful person is also, apart from his good qualities, he is also doing marketing. So you should know how to talk, you should know how to communicate as an entrepreneur, you should know how to talk and communicate even as an entrepreneur. So you see, more than 90% of the startups fail in India during the first 3 period only. Once you cross the first 3 years or 1000 days, I think you understand the entire cycle and you do better. Okay. Now I'll take you to some very interesting things. Probably I can share this presentation with this with you all. You can actually take it. Ideas are no one's monopoly. Think big, think fast, and think ahead. This is required for an entrepreneur. It's not that you are not fit to be an entrepreneur. It's not that because you are poor, you should not think big. No, poverty or lack of funds has nothing to do with great thinking, with big thinking. It has nothing to do. Believe me, you have a great idea, build a team, build a process, build a prototype, and then you see the funds will flow. The point is, you should not create an excuse of being poor. You should not create an excuse of lack of funds for thinking big. No. You see how these people have changed their life. Ideas are no one's monopoly. Idea kisi ki jagir nahi. You should think big, think fast, and think ahead. I told you should think deeper, wider, and faster, and that is going to make you, a real success. It's not about the ideas. It's about making those ideas happen. Now I tell you one very important thing in entrepreneurship. Many people think that a good idea is enough for an entrepreneurship. No, my dear friends. A good idea is important for entrepreneurship. A good idea, but is only the first 10% of entrepreneurship. 90% depends on how you execute that idea differently, how you execute that idea in a manner which is creating value for the company, which is creating value for the enterprise that you have started. So a good idea is not enough. A good idea is certainly important, because pehla 10% nahi hoga, so you won't be able to execute it, right? So it is important that you have the first 10%, which is absolutely perfect. Now the first 10% has to be executed to make that entrepreneurship successful. So a good idea is only the first 10%. 90% depends on how you execute that idea with your team. If you don't have a fair and an honest team, you won't be able to do it. If you don't have a passionate team, you won't be able to do it. If you don't have a team with Josh and Hosh both combined, you won't be able to do it. So the processes have to be in place, the timelines have to be in place, the timing is very important. You should create timelines that within this time I need to do this, within this time I need to have so many customers, within this time I need to do the, I need to grow to this level, within this time I should be ready for funding from people. So what is important is have an idea, but that is know that it is only the first 10%. 90% will depend how you execute that idea in a manner which is interesting, which is going to work over a long period of time. Okay. So from ideas to action is important. Discover, shape, prioritize, and whenever you convert your idea into action, this conversion is the magic. Many people have many great ideas, but they have not been able to convert it into action. So those ideas, they die. So ideas have to be converted into real action. And it is this action that gives the magic. The magic lies here, converting the idea into action. And this is the role of an entrepreneur. So ideas plus action is equal to change. If this action is missing, only the idea is not equal to change. It is only a dream. Idea without action is a dream. But idea with action is a reality. Idea with action is something that you are going to achieve. If people are not laughing at your goals are not too small. Let people laugh. If you dream something, And if people are laughing, let them laugh. You should not be worried about it. It's because they have not understood. Try, fail, try again, and this will lead to success. So this process, never think that you are a failure. If you learn from your failure, you are a learner. So either you win or you learn. You should never fail, right? Important things are anatomy, calculated and logical. Entrepreneurs are calculated and logical. They are creative and innovative. They are motivated and focused. They are patient and perseverant. Perseverant means you need to continuously slog, continuously you need to work hard, even when when things are not going your way. You need to find yourself to motivate yourself and move ahead. You should be confident and outgoing, passionate and determined, risk-taking and courageous. Yes, you need to be risk-taking and courageous. You need to make connections. You need to be good at networking. You need to talk to people. You need to be honest to your commitments. Very important. Strong work ethic is very important. Your work ethics has to be there. You should not be fooling people, nor your team. And versatile and agile, and you have to be fast and energetic. So these are some of the qualities that an entrepreneur is required. You should be calculated, and I mean, calculated risk is something that you need to take as an entrepreneur. And tell daily habits of most of the entrepreneurs. They create a routine. They are very disciplined. They keep the mornings for toughest projects. They work out and they meditate, because meditation gives you focus. It gives you the commitment. You do the sankalp there, and from there you go out and you actually execute your work. Give a head start to tomorrow's today. But aaj kare so kal nahi. Whatever you need to do tomorrow, they try to do it today. And timing is very important, my dear friends. You may be having a wonderful strategy, but if the other company has great speed and they copy your strategy, then you will get defeated. You see, many a times it is seen that the first mover has not been able to take the advantage. If you see, PayPal and all were there, much before the present systems that we are having as of now. But everything has, all the old models, the credit cards and all the ATMs and all, everything will go away. You see the new way of making payment, and everything is being supported by technology. If you see agriculture, technology is supporting agriculture, so it is becoming agri-tech. Finance is getting supported by technology, so it is becoming fintech. If you see, everything is being supported by technology. Education is being supported by technology, so it's becoming edutech. So technology is coming to the support, so you should be open to technology. You should know how to make a difference with the help of advanced technologies. You should schedule your time for revenue generating activities. You should generate revenue, track your progress, refresh yourself with quality family time. It's not that you should only work. You should also spend some quality time. You should be happy. You should, whatever you work, it should not be just for making money. It should be for making three important bottom lines. First is planet, people, and profit. So you should be working to see that you are benefiting all the three. We call it the triple bottom line. You should always work. Your entrepreneur should be decided on these three factors. It should be good for the planet. It should be good for the people. It should be good for profit. So you should be working on that. Encourage team to provide solutions, not problems. Segregate each day of the separate business activity and continue learning. So it's very important that you keep learning, because unless and until you learn, you will not be able to overcome your obstacles. You will not be able to, move ahead. And always when you start an entrepreneurship, start small. Make it perfect, and then you should make it big. You should understand that when you start small, the variables are more structured. So once you have been able to perfect a small prototype, or once you have been able to perfect a small business, then you should know what variables you are going to add to make it big. So you should not go for the big thing immediately, because you'll never be able to do it. You won't have the funds, you won't have the deep pockets to start it. So first make it small, and once you make it small and once you perfect it, it is then that you go to bank or you go to investors for funding. But the first thing, you need to prove to the investors that yes, this is how it's going to work. This is how it is going to provide a solution to the people. Unless and until you are able to convince to the investor, unless and until you are able to pitch well, Unless and until you are able to have a project plan to give it to the bank, you will not be getting funds. So before doing that, you should have a great idea, and that idea you should have a great team. And once you have a great team, you should also know how to execute that idea, because only this will be required for investors or bankers to put their money in your project. So always you should be very, and the first few things should be bootstrapped. By bootstrapped, what I mean is, आपको miser होना पड़ेगा starting में. You should not be extravagant, and even when you are getting a lot of funds, you should ensure that the funds are being used for the project. It is not being used for your, for your luxuries. So it is very important that financial discipline is maintained whenever you start an entrepreneurship. The financial discipline is important. The flow of funds are important. So you need to be very clear that you are in total control over the flow of funds, because if the money has to be paid, you should have that money to be paid, because if the flow of funds gets choked, then you will not be able to excel. You will not be able to create a big impact. So your flow of funds have to be very smooth, and you should ensure that you are practicing financial discipline completely. You should not be extravagant as an entrepreneur, right? Now, what are the trends? I would give you some of the 10 trends that are important that we are seeing now in business. I have given you the business models, the 8 variables. You can see the business models around, and you'll be able to learn a lot from it, and you will be able to create new business models all by yourself also, right? But the 10 trends that are happening, I'll just share these 10 trends. Diversity in demographic profile of entrepreneurs. Current entrepreneurship trends show an increasing amount of diversity in areas of gender, age, economic background, education, and ethnicity. What it means is, now girls are also becoming entrepreneurs, people from different walks of life, educated, not educated, black skin, white skin, everyone is, young, old, we have entrepreneurs who are 60 years old, we have entrepreneurs who are 12 years old also. So every age, every economic profile, we have rich entrepreneurs, we have entrepreneurs who are very poor, who have now, who have built it up all by themselves. So this trend is there. Everyone is now looking entrepreneurs with a very respectable, I was giving one very interesting lecture. It was for an entrepreneur thing, the Indus Entrepreneurs. It is a Silicon-based entrepreneurship club, and there I shared one idea, like, when a father is wanting to marry his girl child, he used to, he's more comfortable marrying a person who's working in a government company, even if that person is a clerk. But a father is not willing to marry off the girl child to a struggling entrepreneur, and everyone started laughing. But it is a hard fact. But now that trend is changing. Now people are understanding that entrepreneurs are going to play the most important role, and many of the problems that we are facing as of now, it has to be solved by entrepreneurs only. So that negative thing around entrepreneurs that was there is now converted into a positive thing. Technology is becoming more and more disruptive. I mean, technology is bringing about a huge change. It is unlocking a lot of value. So you need to understand, you need to be comfortable with technology. I'm not saying that you should become a coder. No, but you should understand the basic thing that the coder is doing, so that you are able to talk to the coder, you are able to communicate to the coder. You are able to understand what he is doing, and you are clear as to what is possible and what is not possible by that coder. So you don't need to do coding by yourself. I don't expect that from you as an entrepreneur, but you should understand technology. You should understand how the technology can bring in value, can add value to your organization, right? Sharing economy is expanding even more. Now you see many of the sharing economy is taking place. By sharing economy, what I mean to say is, people are not owning it. Suppose a house is there, so people are giving it on rent. A cycle is there, people are giving it on rent. You see, as I told you, Tata Motor is giving car on rent. So after 6 months, if you believe that you don't need the car, you can give it back to Tata Motors after paying the 6 months rent. Same thing is happening in hotels, everything, resorts, bikes, even bike is being given on rent. So the sharing economy is expanding more. So what this sharing economy is doing is, suppose if you were to buy a car, and if you don't have that money, then you could not buy that car. So what it is doing is, it is lowering the obstacle for the customers, so that the customers can easily cross that hurdle and they can actually make use of the products or make use of the services that are available. So what is happening is, by sharing economy, the obstacles are going down and we are facilitating the customers to actually take the benefit of the products and services. So this is going up. If you see many many rooms are given on rent, right? Many rooms are given on rent, many hotel rooms are given on rent. So it is the sharing economy which is actually picking up, because people may not have money. And if you don't have a sharing model in your business, then unless and until people have that money, they will not be able to buy it. So sharing is lowering the obstacle. Working in remote teams. Now you see with, I mean, it's not just, Corona, but even before Corona, the thing had started that people were working in this, they're not at the same place, in different locations, and they were collaborating in such a way that they used to, give a wonderful product. So you should understand that collaboration is very, very important, and you should be able to work at distant locations, at distant places. You may not have an office, you may even work from home as an entrepreneur, and you may even work from garage. If you see, many of the successful entrepreneurs have all started from a garage or from a kitchen or from a small room somewhere, and they have grown that big. So it is, you should understand that, you need not have an office in the very beginning to have to start an entrepreneurship. Marketing will get more interactive and niche markets will continue. You see, marketing is becoming more engaging. It's not just you just give an ad and people will buy. No, you need to engage the customers. You need to understand what the customers want. You need to, you need to keep, it's not just the mind share, but also the heart share that is important. You need to connect to the customers right from the heart. Only then they'll be able to, patronize your products for a long time. Social and environmental responsibility at the forefront. It is seen that many entrepreneurship is revolving around social and environment responsibility. So many of the products, if you see nowadays, recycling of waste products and carbon footprint come karne ke liye, what are the new things? Pollution come karne ke liye, what are the new areas? So people are working on those areas. Entrepreneurs are working on those areas, and they are making some very good inroads there. So social and environmental responsibilities are some areas which is giving rise to a lot of entrepreneurs. The Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, blockchain, machine learning, 3D printing, augmented reality is becoming more important. More and more technology is coming. Augmented reality is what is important. Augmented reality is very, very important. Augmented reality is what is, they'll give you like suppose you want to go to Himalaya and you are here. So they'll give you a machine and you put it on your headgear. So you put it on your face and you'll feel that, you are in Himalaya. So these are the new things that are coming in. So tourism industry, it's going to bring about a huge change in the tourism industry. It's going to bring about a huge change in the many areas, in the new areas. So all these artificial intelligence, blockchain, machine learning, 3D printing is very, very important, because if as a cost accountant or as you are not understanding all these terminologies, then you'll be missing on a very big area where entrepreneurship was possible, right? Aggregator model of doing business to scale up. If you see many of the businesses like Flipkart, whether or it is Amazon, or it is Ola, Uber, or it is Oyo, they are all aggregator model. What they are doing, they are aggregating small demands and supplies, and they are aggregating into to make it big. And then what they are doing is they are changing the distribution system, and by doing this, they are creating a new business model. So these are the business models that are actually taking place. Shift from product to service. Now, if you see, many of the companies are shifting from offering a product to offering a service. Now, what does this mean? If you see, Tata Motor was offering a car first. Now it is not offering a car. What Tata Motor is offering? Tata Motor is offering a rent. So that has become a service. So from a product, many of the companies are giving services now. Now, by doing this, what is happening? the cost of the product is is not important. Even if you don't have money, even if the customers are not having money, they are able to avail the car of Tata Motors at a much lower level, at a much cheaper level. And that is the beauty of this shift. People are shifting from product to service. So if you see, most of the entrepreneurship is revolving around this. They are not selling products anymore. They are selling services. If you see, many of the, you may even get phones in the times to come where phones will be given to you not as a product but as a service. If you see, software is being offered to you not as a product but as a service, and it is called SaaS, that is software as a service. So these are the things that are the new trends that are happening in and around entrepreneurship. And as a cost accountant, you should be aware of all these things. You should be aware of all these trends, because these are the trends that are lowering the obstacles for the customers, and they are able to facilitate the customers to take the benefit of the products and services being offered by the entrepreneurs, and shift from explosive growth only to revenue alone. Now I'll give you a very interesting story. पहले क्या होता था कि most of the companies, I don't know whether you are aware of it or not, Flipkart is still making losses. Byju's, instead of making such a huge revenue, it is still not making great profits. It was in loss for the last till the last year. They are saying that they are slightly on a positive thing, but I don't believe them. But what is happening is that you should start an entrepreneurship not just for the sake of valuation and for the sake of inviting the funding agencies to fund your organization. But nowadays, all the people who are giving the funding, they are now ensuring that it is not only to, you see, Ola was also not in profit. Oyo is making huge losses. So you need to understand that the earlier all the financing agencies or the funding agencies, they were happy with explosive growth. But now the funding agencies are getting smarter, and it's the right thing to do. Now, along with explosive growth, they are also exploring whether your business model is going to give quick revenue or not. Because if your business model is a model which will take a very long gestation time to give revenue, then the investors won't be interested in it. So investors need a business cycle which is crisp, which is short, which is lean, so that the business cycle, if it churns faster, they'll be more interested than if the business cycle is not churning faster, right? And there are new areas, there is space. A lot of companies are coming in space, a lot of companies are coming in defense, a lot of companies are coming in fintech, edutech, agritech. So all these things are happening, and I'm sure it'll create a very exciting journey if you think. If you may join now as a as an entrepreneur in any company, and you should always think about build up an idea, create a team, and start entrepreneurship. If not now, at least in 3 to 5 years time from now. So that's it from Santosh as of now. I'm open to questions. Please ask your questions. Please share your questions. I would love to answer them.
Sir, hello sir. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Few students posted.
I'm able to listen to you.
Yes, sir. Few students posted the question. I will going to share with you one by one, sir. Okay, sir. Accordingly,
yeah,
you reply.
Please share it with me over the voice call, please.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. I will speak,
yeah.
Sir. Okay.
Hello, are you there?
Yes, sir. I am going to speak, sir.
Yeah. I encourage students to ask many questions. I'm here to answer them, and I'm also here to help you out in future. I'll share my number. Please take down my number. My number is 90317 30990. I repeat, 90317 30990. I'm also there on Facebook, And you can also take down my email ID. It is Santosh, SANTOSH, DTB for dissolve the box @gmail.com.
Yeah, sir.
I repeat my email, Santosh, SANTOSH, DTB for dissolve the box @gmail.com.
Yeah, sir. The first question is, one student asked that, can you please share some ideas, business plan about greenhouse farming? Greenhouse farming, brief idea.
Wonderful. So greenhouse farming is something that can be done. Technology is something which is actually catching up in agriculture. Earlier, what used to happen, technology was not used in agriculture. But now more and more companies, more and more farmers are taking the use of greenhouse to start their own agripreneurship. Now, earlier what used to happen is when technology was not used, when marketing was not used, when technology or marketing was not used, farmers used to be beggars. I mean, the problem was that farmers, they could not grow enough crops to take care of their own family. So what we suggested that every farmer should act as an agripreneur. There is agriculture and entrepreneurship in farming also. So once we use technology, entrepreneurship, and combine it with agriculture, then only the new trend, that is agripreneurship, will actually take shape. And agripreneurship is something which I am inviting many of you to take, but be very clear, because greenhouse gases and technologies are required, and greenhouse technology would be helping to improve your productivity. You will be, with the help of greenhouse, you will be able to produce products which are not of that season also. So you can condition the temperature inside the greenhouse gases, inside the greenhouse tents, and you can grow a lot of agricultural produce there. So I think it will make a lot of sense. But always, whenever you are into farming, combine agriculture, entrepreneurship, technology, and marketing. Without this, without being an agripreneur, don't enter into farming.
Second question is, sir, during starting any startup, how to keep ideas secret, as we need to different people of different sector. So how to keep it secret so it cannot be stolen?
Achha, there are two ways. First is, you can, if the idea is unique, and if it has a science behind it, if there is a scientific angle to it, then you can get the idea patented. So once you patent the idea, no one will be able to copy. Now, if the idea cannot be patented, if it does not have a scientific angle to it, then the best thing to do is that have a great team and increase the speed of your execution, because ideas can be copied by anyone. But as I told you, when you believe in idea, you will be able to execute it in the best possible way. But if I copy your idea and if I don't have that passion, then I won't be able to execute it. And as I told you, that a good idea is only the first 10%. The 90% depends on how you execute it. So if you have speed in your execution, then even if someone copies your idea, he will be laggard. And since you have a great team, you will be able to move ahead at great speed, and you'll be able to execute it at great speed, and you will be able to also think ahead of them.
Third question is, sir, is logistics and supply chain is same or different?
See, logistics is taking from one place to the other. So it is a very small area of the entire supply chain. Supply chain is very, very broad. Supply chain starts before the raw material is actually acquired. So logistics is a small subset of the entire supply chain.
Yes, sir. Next question, sir. After being occupied in job, how can we contribute towards startup? We can only invest our money, but ultimately we will have to rely on other to run our startup. How can we ensure effective utilization of our investment?
No, here you need to understand two things. Entrepreneurship can also start as a, if you start investing in shares, if you are investing in shares, that also is a very good initiative, because since the bank interest rates are going down, so if you are you're working in a particular organization, so if you start thinking like an entrepreneur, then even investing in shares is a great idea because you have a second source of income. Now having said this, suppose you are working in a particular organization and you have come up with a great idea, then the best thing is that you make some money, have around 6 to 8 months or 1 year of sufficient balances in your bank, so that if something goes wrong, then you can take care of your family. And with that fund and with like-minded people, you should always get along with the like-minded people and convert that idea into an action. Now when you convert an idea into action, you have to give up your job, and you need to start full focused on the new venture that you're doing. You cannot be riding on two boats at the same time. So it is very important that when you have an idea, when you have a team in place, when you are committed to that idea, then you need to go all out for it.
Sir, many students ask that for a new startup, where we can procure the fund if we have a good idea.
As I told you, just having a good idea will not make sense. A good idea needs it needs a support of a good team and a great execution plan. And once you have all these three things and you have a prototype in place, जैसे कि मान लो कि you need to make a mobile, you need to make a different mobile. So you need to have a one set of that. One set of that should be prepared so that people can check it, people can see it, because only when they check and see, they'll have confidence in your idea that you'll be able to execute it, you'll be able to do it. Just having a great idea will not fetch you any funds. Let me be very honest and blunt. A great idea has to be supported by a great team, and then it has to be worked out in such a manner, the processes, the timelines, the execution plan, everything has to be in place. And if you have a prototype means a small sample of what you are going to do, then you stand a great chance of generating funds or attracting funds from investors. Without this, you will not be getting funds. And whenever you go to an investor, you need to have the elevator pitch ready, because elevator pitch means they'll give you 1 minute. They'll not give you even 1 minute. And if in the first 1 minute, if you're not able to catch hold of their attention, they're not going to invest money in you. So whenever an entrepreneur is there, he should be very clear of the idea. He should have an elevator pitch ready. He should have the plan ready. He should have the fund flow statement ready. By when that investor, that entrepreneur is going to start making break even, from when they'll have a profit, when what is the exit plan of the investor. All these things have to be very, very clear in the mind of the entrepreneur. If these things are not clear in the mind of the entrepreneur, the investor will not invest funds. Just reverse the case. Suppose if I have an idea and you have great money, will you invest in me if I only have an idea? Just think like this. You have a hard-earned money, you have huge money. If I have a great idea, will you invest in that? No. Only when I have a great team, I am working on it. I have shown some positive signs in the market. I have understood the market demand is there, the market traction is there. Only then the investor will, actually give the funds to you, because it is not only you who are looking for funds. There are many people who are looking for funds. So once the investor will invest in only those projects which have great promise, they will not invest in projects which do not have great promise.
Yes, sir. Next question is, what are your opinion on solar power in cities and the business idea of self-sufficient homes and cities to take the load of power corporation?
Yeah, there are a lot of companies which are already operating in this. So it is already a red ocean for us. Unless and until you have something very, very, dynamic, something very, very special, I think you should not get into it, because there are already a lot of players into it. And unless and until you have, the science behind more efficient solar panels or something like that, you should not get into it immediately, because huge market competition is there. And unless and until you are able to differentiate things, unless and until you have a unique selling proposition, unless and until you have something very, very unique, you should not get into it. always remember that whenever you start a new business, whenever you start an entrepreneurship, you should always have a USP which the others are not able to do it easily. Unless and until you have a USP, people, if you don't have a USP, everyone will copy, everyone will, even speed is a USP. If you are able to do it at great speed, it's a USP which others cannot copy, right? So USP is very important. USP means unique selling proposition. You should have some proposition which is so unique that the customers would be looking up to you. So already the solar panel thing, it is highly competitive, and if you see, it also has there's also a lot of substitutes working around it. What I'm telling is that in future, I believe that nuclear power stations are going to play a very important role. So nuclear power stations are also going to compete. So the cost of solar the cost of solar generation per unit is still somewhere around 5 and above, which is higher than what electricity is produced through coal or hydroelectricity. So I would suggest, unless and until you have a something very great USP, you should not get into it. Any business, you should have a great USP first.
Yeah, sir, this is very frequent questions asked that, sir, can we do on business with my job? Many students ask that.
See, you can do the prototype. Till the prototype thing, you can do it along with job. But after the prototype is successful, or you have been able to make the prototype successful, why should you do job? Then you should go ahead with your passion, and or you should go ahead with for making it big. Once that because unless and until you are totally committed, why should an investor invest in your project? Just you tell me. So till the time the prototype is ready, you can hang on to your job. Once the prototype is ready, once you can see small success in the market, then it is the time you can take the call whether you should go ahead with the project entrepreneurship or you should go ahead with intrapreneurship. But remember, you should not remain an employee anymore. All the students who are listening to me, they should not remain an employee. And if you have no other, you're not getting any idea, then you should start investing in shares at least, so that you have the second source of income. You should be very, very, honest in investing, because that is something which will help you out in giving you some, some comfort, and start investing early and have that financial discipline also. But never trade in two boats, because once your prototype is ready and the investor is about to invest, he would love a full-time entrepreneur.
Yeah, sir. Next question is, who is the better position to run the startup, entrepreneur or CEO? What is your take, sir?
It's a very interesting question. I appreciate this question. What usually happens is, when an entrepreneur builds up a company, what happens is a lot of emotions are attached to that company. A lot of dream, a lot of nights are वो जग के उन लोग सोते हैं, right? So an entrepreneur, he does not sleep many nights. There's a lot of passion, there's a lot of emotion attached. So once the entrepreneurship has taken up, once the investors are investing, then usually it is seen a professional CEO does a much better job than the entrepreneur, than the founder. Why it happens? Because the founder is caught in those emotions. The first few people who were who started, and on a founding entrepreneurship, and the founder has a different mindset, and running a business needs a different mindset. You need to understand, starting a business needs a different mindset, and running a business needs a different mindset. So if the entrepreneur who has started the business, if he has a mindset to scale up and run the business, then there is no need of getting a new CEO. But if the entrepreneur is very passionate with the team, and if he is not able to adjust to the new role of scaling up, fighting competition and all those things, then you should better leave it to a CEO. Very good question. I appreciate it.
Yeah, sir. Next question is, sir, what will we do in a situation if we have an idea that's better version of current business around you, but due to lack of fund, you are doing it on small scale, how can we survive in that situation if already established business come up with the same idea on a larger scale?
See, this is where we need to exist. So this is how the markets are existing. If you see many of the big companies, they are playing the gotcha approach. But even if you have a small idea and if you are running a prototype, the immediate thing is that once the prototype is successful, see, the point is you have to understand that the big fishes will always be there in the ocean. The big fish will always be there in the ocean. So if you are able to either merge with the big fish, or you are able to attack the big fish, or you'll be able to sell to the big fish, is what is important. So three strategies are there. If you think that you cannot fight it out, so merge with them, join them. If you're not able to join them, sell it to them. If you're not able to sell it to them, sell the idea to them. So these are the new things, these are the things that you can do. But a small prototype will always be necessary. And if someone has copied, if some large company has already copied you, they know that it's not their business, it's your idea. So you will certainly get the benefit of it. Move to the next idea. This is the hard truth of life.
Yes, sir. The question is that, sir, next question is that how to identify whether my idea will create value or not?
Market survey is very important. You need to understand the market. You need to talk to the people. You need to talk to the target audience. You need to first create a target group for whom you have created this product. Go and talk to them. Show them the product. Make them feel the product. You package it well. Do a great marketing. Only then it will be successful. Till then, you need to keep working on the product. Keep working on the market. Understand what they want. How you can because see, what will happen whenever you launch a product, there will be a after effect of the existing companies also. Don't think that you are operating in an island. The moment you launch a product, you see, and Coca-Cola, they never enter into a price war. अगर Pepsi का 10 है तो Coca-Cola का भी 10 है. They know that they are happy with this, and they respect each other because they know that if they are going to fight, then they are only going to harm themselves. They see that no new small player comes, but still you see boat has come through, many new companies are coming. Now when they are not able to compete with them, they simply grow to a particular limit, and then they sell themselves to the big companies. So this is how you can make profit out of that venture also. So this is something which is very important. If you cannot fight, you sell it to them or you merge with them. If you see White Hat Junior, it merged with Byju's.
Yes, sir. Next question is, sir, how the standard cost and standard output can be set of an agro product in order to seek variance and combat the cause of it? Is there any scope of using seawater in agriculture at a larger scale?
See, as of now, seawater cannot be used because it has to be purified. The salt has to be removed before it becomes ready for the agriculture. But what new thing is happening is we are now getting seeds, and there are methods where 80% less. So it is very interesting nowadays, and there is an Israel technology also, with Israel technology, with Israel seeds, and with many new varieties of irrigation. Like many of us, we are going into drip irrigation. So drip irrigation and all those things require 80% less water than normal farming. So we can always go ahead and we can use new technologies. Because I think desalination of seawater would be very, very expensive as of now. But we can always go for intelligent, water conservative methods of doing farming. Now, as far as standard costing and all those things are required, we are working on a data with the institute, wherein we are trying to collect a lot of data from the market, and we are trying to understand how the cost, how the farmer's income can be doubled with the help of costing. So we'll be applying a lot of costing methods to understand what the cost should be and what the MSP should be. By MSP, I mean the minimum selling the MSP is the minimum selling price assured by the government. So we are working on this area, and probably we will be able to get the standard cost per acre for a particular crop in a particular area very soon.
Sir. The last question, sir. for the session. Whether it is required to do management course for an entrepreneur?
See, I don't think Dhirubhai Ambani was a MBA. I don't think Tata when he started was an MBA. But what I certainly need is the skills of a manager. The skills of a leader is required. So if that skill is there with you, then you don't need a degree. But if that skill is not there, then you need a degree to understand what are the various factors, what are the various variables that will be required in entrepreneurship, right? So if you have those skills, then you don't need it. But if you don't have those skills, then you need to understand why people are important, why process is important, why marketing is important. Because as of now, you're only exposed to the finance areas, right? You're not exposed to the other areas. So if you are a good observer, if you are working in any organization, and if you work for 3-4 years as an entrepreneur with an open mind, then you don't need a MBA degree for that.
So, sir, I would like to request you, sir, conclude your the last remark to our CMA qualified student so that we can wind up the session.
It is, first of all, I would like to congratulate all of them. But I tell you that now you need to start learning. You must be thinking that you have got the certificate, but but I would suggest this is the time when you should start learning. Start a lot of be open-minded. Dissolve all your mental cages. Don't be in silos. Don't be in small areas that you are only a finance guy. No, open up, talk, communicate, improve your communication skills, improve your the way you express your views and opinions. Try to market your ideas. You need to be open-minded always, and never accept failures. Bounce back from every failure. I have deep faith in you. I have faith in each one of you, and believe me that I'll always stand by you even if you are down, because I know that you have in you to bounce back. And every time you bounce back, I'll salute you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your fruitful session, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, students.
अंकित गया हाँ अंकित गया
हो गया बढ़िया से क्या क्वेश्चन था
अच्छा क्वेश्चन था एक क्वेश्चन बहुत अच्छा लगा मेरे को अमेजिंग क्वेश्चन बहुत अच्छा क्वेश्चन था मुझे समझ के आपने
चलिए बंद करिए चला गया
चल चला